Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Welcome to the Global Perspective sessions of the 19th International Food Safety Conference. This session brings together global experts and innovators to explore how different regions are advancing food safety through collaboration, technology, and leadership. Today's program features a series of powerful presentations, offering a cross-regional view of food safety priorities and progress. We begin with insights into how Jordan is integrating innovation, resilience, and regional cooperation to build a future-ready food safety system. We then explore the evolving landscape of public-private partnerships in Africa, highlighting opportunities for alignment and capacity building across the continent. The conversation continues with a look at how farm assurance programs such as Silal's Al-Fuwah certification are strengthening food safety from the ground up. Finally, we shift toward developing the next generation of professionals through the food safety leadership initiatives, emphasizing capacity, competency, and long-term sustainability. Together, these perspectives showcase how countries and organizations around the world are driving meaningful change, ensuring safer food, stronger systems, and a more collaborative global future. Let's begin our journey across regions, ideas, and innovations. We will be starting with the topic, Future-Ready Food Safety, Jordan's integrated approach to innovation, resilience, and regional cooperation. A distinguished food safety and risk management expert, currently advisor to the Director Regional of Food Affairs at the Jordan Food and Drug Administration. With over 18 years in regulatory reform, risk-based inspection, and food policy, she has been instrumental in modernizing Jordan's food control systems. A PhD holder in nutrition and food science, she is a recognized regional leader and frequent speaker at international food safety forums, driving science-based innovation and public health protection. Let's welcome Dr. Tamador Salem Maaya.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. It's an honor to me today to stand before you at this prestigious international forum. This gathering unites us around one shared mission, that to present secure food that's safe, sustainable, and ready for the future. The world is changing, and how we will face this change, that's the main point that we have to talking about. I like this slide so much because it's giving a brief about our work. There's different obstacles that we're facing, from climate change, UN SDGs, ethics in AA, and cultural change. All of that, how we will manipulate with them, and in order to manage to reaching the strategy, policy, transparency, and the practices, laws, rules, in order to reaching compliant legislations and regulation to reaching the compliance of the food that's present to the Jordanian market. What about our visions in JFDA and how we will try to face all of these obstacles by building science-based technology and collaboration? These are the main points that we focus on it while we're working in JFDA. All of these points should be aligned with the global standards that also could be aligned with the regional realities. But the main points that we focus on it and working on it that protect the health for our citizens. What's the main point that we have to consider while we're working? There's a climate change, there's the disruption of the global chain supply, and also there's an increase in risk and fraud contamination. All of these realities taught us that taught us vital messages that the traditional food safety models are no longer enough. So we have to go to the transformation on our work. How we will transfer our work? Through transparency and prediction for the risk. How we will predict the risk by making the public health and consumer trust are the main point that we have to focus on it. And these are the main pillars we're working on it in JFDA in order to getting our food safety models more efficient and facing all of these obstacles. By AI power, for risk prediction, digital traceability systems, and the food fraud prevention, all of that should be aligned with regional cooperation. But the journey begins. We face many challenges to convert it to opportunities. Shall we have to stay in the reaction for what we face, or converting to the prediction of our work? The foundation of our work should be based on three main pillars: data, technology, and collaboration. And this digital transformation and transformation of all of food modules, food safety modules, based on 6 Ds: digitization, data identification, and the journey is never linear. So there's a digital transformation for the global food supply ecosystem, but we're talking about less technology, and we have also our customers to be, and the change management for our work. What about the digital transformation and traceability, and what's the points that we focus on it in JFDA? By rapid recall activation within minutes, QR code labels, and now we're focusing on traceability system for high-risk foods. Then we will go to the medium-risk food and then to the low-risk foods. And AI, we're adding it through AI risk-based engines for our risk management systems, which will be national, this system will adding the risk criteria for all the entities that working on the borders. This slide shows us the tools, the essential services, the regulation, and the languages that's all of them combined with each other, working while we're working on the food supply ecosystems. And how we will work on food fraud through the blockchain, data-driven analysis, and coordination for to getting out the odd importers, and that's non-compliant importer and exporter, and also the non-comply operator. All of these systems, all of these points have to comply with the policies. So what we're working on that, actually we're working on revising the food safety laws to incorporate the AI and digital tools, also working on the risk-based inspection framework, all these systems. If we will not comply with the training program, it will not be applicable while we're working on that. We considered that the food safety, it's not on borders for Jordan, for the GCC, for Levant. We have to work with each other in order to making sure that our food is safe and comply to our and to the regional and international standards. The human impacts of these systems and these procedures that we use it in GFDA, making the stronger trust between regulator and the producer, safer markets for consumer, and empower our inspector with their tools. The main points that we get from our work that future-ready food safety is based on science, technology, and human values. The Jordan's transformation proven that to innovation and the trust can coexist, and one shared mission that's safe, trusted, and sustainable food for everyone. Is something wrong? wrong? No, actually there. Okay. I will check from my phone. The, sorry for that, but I think, yes. I think that's one of the main points. And maybe the innovation and resilience and collaboration is one of the main points that we focus on it in GFDA, and the main message that we will get from our work that together we can build a future wherever meal is safe, trusted, and sustainable for every family and every nation. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
No questions? Yeah, just 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Dr. Tamadur,
أهلاً.
for valuable lecture. I'm interested to understand what are the gaps that you can see or opportunities to collaborate between private and Jordan FDA and the public sector. Public, yeah, like what opportunities lies now in Jordan? What are the opportunities?
Okay.
Either challenges, gaps, or opportunity to collaborate.
Okay, as I mentioned before, that we're trying to converting our challenges to opportunities in order to work with the food safety models or the new food safety models that we're working on it. But we believe that if there's no collaboration between private and public sector, our work will not go on. So we have to find a ways in order to making negotiation with all the private sector in order to getting or enhance our work in different legislations and different points that we working on it while we work in food safety. So we believe that the collaboration with the private sector is one of the main pillars that we have to work on it in order to getting our work applicable to be in the market for the Jordanian citizens in order to export our foods to other places or countries.
Hi, good morning,
Morning.
Dr. I'm from the Philippines, and currently it is ongoing news in the Philippines about the budget for the 2026. How about for Jordan? How much budget or what's the budget forward looking for the Jordan government for the AI thing for the food safety?
Actually, we're facing a financial issue regarding or financial obstacles regarding that because there's a shortage in the budget regarding that. But we have different donors that we're working with us in order to building our priority regarding AI and Internet of Things in order to enhance our work. But also, as I mentioned before, there's a collaboration with the private sector. So our colleagues from the private sector or stakeholders from the private sector working with us in order to enhance and improve our work in order to align with what's happening on in the AI era. So we're trying to be on that on the same page with the global work regarding AI. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tamadur. Unfortunately, two of our speakers were not able to join, so we'll be moving directly to the last topic, Food Safety Leadership Initiative. A PhD in microbiology, is an internationally recognized food safety expert with over 25 years of experience in academia, industry, and consulting. A fellow of IAFOST and member of ICMSF, she advises the African Union and South Africa's Department of Health. In 2025, she co-launched the Food Safety Leadership Initiative with WITS Business Schools, advising food safety leadership across Africa. Let's welcome the Professor Lucia Annelisch.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Madam Chair, for that introduction, and also to the Dubai municipality for this awesome conference, as usual, and the invitation to speak to you about this Food Safety Leadership Initiative that we launched this year in South Africa. So I'm going to be wearing two hats today. One is as visiting professor with the WITS Business School in South Africa. It's an accredited business school, internationally accredited, and my own business, SRH Consulting. So I'll be wearing both hats today. The purpose of the Food Safety Leadership Initiative, which is very novel, it's unique, it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. We took this bold step, realizing that leadership in food safety is absolutely critical to actually have sustainable food safety, to prevent foodborne illnesses, and of course to try and avoid costly recalls of food. Because we always hear about recalls, failure in systems, etc., etc. That's what we've been hearing so much about over the last 2-3 days. So the purpose of the Food Safety Leadership Initiative is to build future-fit food systems by developing bold, ethical, and competent food safety leaders. And these are leaders at all levels in a business or at all levels even in government. It is born on South African soil because this is where we are established, but the plan is to have a global outreach and a global reach in terms of partnerships and collaboration in taking this concept further about leadership in food safety. So the question is why? Why did we come to this point of realizing that we need a focused initiative or institute of some sort that will look at food safety leadership in particular? Well, you may know that in South Africa we had the largest outbreak of listeriosis that we documented in history currently. And on the 3rd of September in 2018, it was officially declared over. But we had already 1,065 cases of listeriosis with 218 deaths. That was a massive outbreak, as you can imagine. It affected our entire industry. It affected our exports. It affected our government costs in terms of public health, hospital costs, etc., etc. So this was quite a large situation and quite dramatic, besides the fact that it was tragic and that we ended up losing so many people. The economic impact is something that's not spoken about. I have a full presentation on this outbreak giving you information that's not publicly talked about, and this is one of the slides I've extracted from one of those talks. The Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa contracted Deloitte to do an assessment of the cost of the outbreak on the country. I was brought in as the food safety expert, and we worked on only the direct costs that we could assess. We could not assess indirect costs. And just the direct costs cost us South African rands 6 billion, which was or is around 317 million US dollars. That was the cost to the country, not the company, but the country. And at the time, in 2018, our GDP was around $280 billion. So you can have a look at the relationship between the two and see that this was a massive cost to the country. And this included a whole lot of issues like exports to Southern Africa, because we export a lot of food into the sub-Saharan Africa in particular. It's about 42 odd countries. And even grapes, fresh fruit, was banned from South Africa by some countries in the region, even though fresh fruit and Listeria monocytogenes are not related and not an issue. But because there was this panic that started across the region, everything was banned. Any food coming from South Africa, whether it was a risk or not, related to Listeria monocytogenes, was banned. So that was also taken into account, the cost or the loss of exports. The court case, which still hasn't occurred and might not at this point, is estimated to cost around 2 billion rand, which is in the region of $105 million. What's happened in the meantime is that the company that was implicated, Tiger Brands, has settled to some degree with some of the individuals, that were implicated or impacted, rather, by this severe outbreak, whether it was a death of a loved one, a death of a baby, or just sequelae that continued after a child was born, like born with hydrocephalus and needs a stent. And this child in particular, the one I can think of, is now a few years old and still needs to have the stent replaced every 6 months. So it's a long-term problem. So a lot of the settlement has already occurred in that respect, but there are still some ongoing issues. So whether it eventually goes to court or not, we don't know. Then we had something really bad happening as well in the country recently. This is from last year, continuing this year, is the use of a registered insecticide in South Africa. It's gone through the whole process of registration. It's perfectly legal to be used at agricultural level. But what's happened is it's coming into the country illegally by other means, and the local communities use it to kill rats in their homes and around their homes. The problem with that is that turbufos is an organophosphate. It's highly toxic, and it's not allowed to be used for home use. So what occurred is some of these granules, it comes in a gray, light gray granule form, not a liquid form. It's landed up in certain snack foods through a repacking process, and it's landed up in these poor communities because that's where these snacks are resold in smaller packs that children can afford at a very low cost. Cross-contamination has occurred, and because it's such a severe insecticide, these children died within hours of ingesting this highly toxic pesticide. So it's really a question of illegal use of something that should not be used in that context. Over 20 children died last year. These are the packs that were confiscated by our Department of Health that went in and investigated. And we found that these packs were coming illegally across our borders from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe borders on South Africa, and the border is very porous, meaning that people can just walk across. And so they bring in these little packs, they buy them at less than $1, and that is then used it's spread around and used to kill these rats. It's highly effective, of course, but it's not supposed to be used for that purpose. And we're finding that it still continues into 2025. And so these were several unfortunate children that died, and these mass funerals were held, which was extremely sad. And the death that these children experienced is very painful. And unfortunately, you end up, because it attacks the nervous system. And so you start to get paralyzed, you start to not be able to breathe properly, and it's a very unpleasant death, if I can put it that way. And this young girl in January this year also died at 7 years old after she also ate these crisps or snacks that were contaminated with turbufos. And as I mentioned earlier, it is registered in the correct manner for the correct use, but this is an illegal use coming in from a country in a way that it shouldn't be coming in, firstly, and secondly, in the way that it is used. So, if we look at recent public recalls that have occurred in the country, we've had a recall on apple juice because of excessive levels of patulin in the apple juice, which came in with the apples, and of course the fungus is on the apple, and I'm showing you apples there that are easily observed as bruised and rotten with Penicillium expansum, which is the organism that causes, the one that causes the main production of patulin. There are others, but sometimes these little spots on apples are not that easily observable. It could be a tiny, tiny spot of rot starting that wouldn't be seen. And if you have enough of those going into the process, eventually the patulin starts to accumulate. And it is not destroyed by pasteurization, and therefore it then goes through the process. And hence, a lot of our Tetra Pak juices and appetizer, which is a very common and well-known and enjoyed product in South Africa, they all had to be recalled. Peanut butter, we had an aflatoxin problem with peanuts earlier this year, and actually it was last year. Peanuts were contaminated with aflatoxin. They were used to manufacture several brands of peanut butter, and they were all impacted. Even the highly respected Woolworths brand, which is similar to Marks and Spencer in South Africa, they also had a peanut butter ice cream on their shelves that tested with elevated levels of aflatoxin above our regulatory limits, which are 15 micrograms per kilogram total aflatoxin and maximum of 10 micrograms per kilogram for aflatoxin B1. And so they were slightly elevated, not high, but still, because it was not complying with the regulation, all these products had to be publicly recalled. And then we had a very strange recall because of seams that were seen to be leaking in a product. And so this was a coup, canned beans and mixed vegetables and a variety of other vegetables. This recall cost about 600 million rand. They recalled just about every single product they could find that was in this pH range because they were concerned about a potential Clostridium botulinum infection or contamination that might have occurred. In fact, it didn't, but the seams were leaking and they had to do the right thing in terms of this recall. And then one of the latest ones is hummus. That was on one of our shelves. One of our big retailers, Checkers, ShopRite Checkers, is also operating in the rest of Africa. And they're also obviously very concerned about food safety, so they require testing of a lot of their products that are on their shelves. And they found Listeria monocytogenes in some of the hummus products of different flavors. And that also became quite a large recall. So for all these reasons, and not only for South African reasons, but we've seen massive recalls all over the world. They continue as we speak. We're seeing a listeriosis outbreak at the moment in Denmark and other countries where people are ill. We've seen infant botulism occurring in the United States because of Clostridium botulinum in an infant formula product. So this is continuous. The question then we started asking is, but what happens at leadership level? Shouldn't these leaders be more aware of food safety and how food safety impacts their business? Food safety can no longer be just the ambit of the quality assurance manager or the technical division. It has to be at the leadership level. There has to be a greater understanding of how what they do and what they don't do impacts on food safety in their business. And this is critical, and we realized this about a year ago. And so we started, myself and a colleague, talking about this, and we came up with this strategy of starting this initiative. We approached the WITS Business School. We did not want to go to a technical university where they have food science programs, microbiology programs, all good, but they wouldn't necessarily be interested in this leadership concept. So we went to a business school, and they embraced it, which was wonderful news. And so we launched it at the Food Safety Summit in South Africa on the 3rd of June. The Food Safety Summit is something I run every year in June, and we did this at the opening of the summit this year. So who are we? Well, these are the two gentlemen from the WITS Business School, the executive director of the program, Professor Maurice Radebe. He gave a speech opening or launching the Food Safety Leadership Initiative. And the academic director that I work very closely with is Professor Logan Rangasamy. And then we are the co-founders, myself and Ravi Pillai, who used to be communications director of Nestle, and he's at the Gordon Institute of Business Science. He's moving to the WITS Business School on the 1st of December in about a week or two, and the two of us will then be co-leading this initiative at the WITS Business School. So at the summit this year, we also asked the delegates to sign a pledge, just to say, we support this idea because we think it's important. And out of the 310 delegates that attended, 293 signed the pledge. So it was a clear mandate for us that, in fact, people at the summit understood and thought that this was a very good idea and very needed. And this time was right to launch this kind of initiative at the moment. So where we make an impact is here. Individuals and families. Safer food for everyone through awareness, education, and informal economy inclusion. We have a very large informal economy in South Africa. We want them to become included. We constantly talk about creating jobs in the country to reduce joblessness. Well, the food sector is one of the most important sectors where jobs can be created. But we need to bring these, what we call township entrepreneurs, the informal economy, on board. And if this individual wants to produce jam or yogurt or whatever, they have no clue where to start. They've got no clue how to gain market access, because a retailer won't take your product unless you have this food safety in place, that food hygiene system in place, these prerequisite programs, etc., etc. So these people need to be educated to take them to the point where they can actually produce products that are safe for human consumption and that can be listed on formal retailer shelves. Communities strengthen food safety across local supply chains with associated positive impact on food security. And this is directly coming out of this whole turbufos incident. People need to be educated about what is food safety and what to look out for when things start to happen. Why does it happen? And educate children and bring it into the school education system as well. Public institutions and industry, improved governance, policy coherence, communication and compliance. And we need the compliance, but we also need to go beyond the compliance, is what we are talking about when we go to the leadership level. For youths and emerging leaders, we want to create pathways into food safety careers and leadership roles for those individuals. And then I mentioned market access. For business development is to support those food entrepreneurs that come up with these good ideas on their food safety and quality journey, to help them access those markets, to grow their businesses, and make meaningful contribution to the growth, development, and improvement, not only in livelihoods, but contribution to the economy of the country, is something that we are sincerely looking at. How we envisage making an impact is convening cross-sector dialogues to spark collaboration and trust, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here talking to you today about this. Partnering with other business schools. It doesn't have to only be South African ones. We, in fact, welcome the involvement of other business schools in other countries, regulators, learn from one another, NGOs, manufacturers, retailers, for systemic interventions across the board, across the supply chain. Anchoring training and certification initiatives into national qualification frameworks. So the Wits Business School has a Master's in Business Administration and MBA in Public Health. So one of the things I'm focusing on is bringing the food safety element into the public health space, because food safety is actually about public health. And we have to make that link stronger, and we have to take it to board level so that the board of a company understands that when they're having a food safety issue, they're actually impacting public health. And that's not clearly understood. So that link must be strengthened. Running targeted advocacy campaigns and amplifying crisis prevention through media campaigns. We have a very good relationship with the media at the Wits Business School, and when we say to them we want to put out a press release or we want to put out an opinion, an op-ed, then they are very happy to do that for us. So we're going to make use of this much, much more in the future. Flagship initiatives of food safety leadership courses that we will deliver at the business school for cross-sector professionals, and I'm talking about those public health professionals. Community engagement, of course. We need to get to the communities around food safety issues. The Food Safety Summit, the idea is to use the Food Safety Summit platform to broadcast our initiatives, to gather more engagement into the initiatives as well, and mobilizing action. To have CETAs and skills pipeline, this is a South African language in terms of our accreditation program, so we will bring those groups in as well. And then I mentioned the media advocacy. And then last but definitely not least is to conduct case study action research. And by action research, I do not mean the typical academic master's, PhD researchers. Yes, of course, we will support those. But the action research are the genuine case studies, the practical things that occur out there. We want to do that kind of research and, of course, publish those results. So, in closing, stewardship for the future. We envision the Food Safety Leadership Initiative as the global foremost food safety leadership institution. Its plans to bridge public and private efforts, championing transformation, redefining accountability in food systems. Also, we are planning to elevate food safety as a public health issue, but ensuring it becomes a business imperative. We need to elevate it to board level so that the board members understand their accountability and their responsibility when they must make decisions at that level. So, we extend a bold and inclusive invitation to government regulators, academic institutions, NGOs, and private industry across the world to join the Food Safety Leadership Initiative so that we can together forge impactful partnerships that shape a safer, healthier future for all. And I invite you all to please come up and chat with me, and let's see how we can partner to take this Food Safety Leadership Initiative forward. We already have good contacts with various universities in Canada, in the US, and we have interest from the Dutch Embassy also to fund some of our programs. So there is already a lot of interest that we are working on, and we would love to take that further. And with that, shukran, and I'm very, very happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucia. It's very interesting session, and it's always good to see. I will come to you. So it's always good to see what are the others or the worldwide initiatives that are happening worldwide, just to emphasize and spotlight more on the food safety initiatives and the importance, its importance in saving people's life. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions for Dr. Lucia? Okay.
If I may, just mention one thing. It's not associated with the Food Safety Leadership Initiative, but it is complementary to that initiative, is that a colleague of mine who's in the audience, Lee, and I started developing a leadership in food safety workshop. And we ran it for the first time in 2024 in South Africa, testing the waters as such. And it was so successful that we had to repeat it in 2025. Companies are now asking us to do it internally for all their general managers and their CEOs. And we've done a few of those, and we are running one tomorrow, in fact, here, upstairs, I think in Dubai, E&F. And so, yes, so I don't know how many spaces are available. If there are, by all means, please join us. But yes, that's what we're going to do tomorrow, so it should be quite exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I would just like to know what has been the reaction from governments? Have you approached governments?
Good question. Thank you for that. We have approached our government, and that's where we felt we should start at home, because we also have a lot of issues with a very fragmented food control system. We've got 3 divisions that control food at different stages of production and different commodities. Some do it really well, and some don't. So it's also about fixing those gaps and trying to have a more complementary system, even if it's not going to be a single food safety agency, which we would prefer as scientists in the country, but politics are politics, but certainly trying to create a more coordinated system. So one of the main objectives of Professor Logan Rangasamy, my colleague at the Wits Business School, is to actually get the policymakers together in a room and have this very serious discussion around food safety and food safety policy in the country. That's one of our first actions that we want to take come January after the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucia. Thank you. We'll be moving to the other session, Strengthening Food Safety Through Farm Assurance, Insights from Silal's Al Fawah Farm Assurance Certification. A director of quality of QHSE at Silal, leading strategic initiatives in quality, health, safety, and environmental management across the food and agriculture sector. Committed to food safety and sustainability, she drives innovation, compliance, and integrated systems that strengthen national food security and align with global standards. Let's welcome Ms. Alison Watson.
Good morning, everyone. Before I begin, and yes, I'm Alison Watson, QHSC Director for Silal, but I want to congratulate Professor Lucia for her talk. It's a perfect reminder that as food safety technicians, even though we are focusing on innovation and AI and all this new technology, that it does not negate the fundamentals of food safety. We always have to go back to the ground up and establish all our procedures, our policies in place from the ground level. And that talk, Professor, is a perfect segue to my presentation. So at Silal Food and Technology, and hence the name, we're focused on food and implementation of technology, innovation. We have our own innovation oasis in Al Fawah. However, What we did not do is depart from the fundamentals. So in Alfoa, where we have a farm of 650 hectares, we also implemented a farm assurance scheme. And farm assurance schemes are looking at seed in the ground all the way to supply to the customers. And why is that important? Because we impact the environment, we impact food safety, we impact worker welfare, we impact the supply chain at all angles. So we want to assure that this supply is responsibly grown and we are not negatively impacting any stage of the supply chain. So with the international focus on many pathogens that are occurring in fresh produce, it is even more important for us to focus on farm assurance. Listeria, which was mentioned by Professor, and E. coli, which is significant even in the UAE. So how does this happen? Contamination happens at the plantation stage, through water, through handling of the product, post-harvest, soil contamination, contamination through incorrect handling, incorrect or minimized hygiene practices. So what we decided to do as Silal is to implement Global GAP, which is an international recognized farm assurance scheme. However, I want to emphasize that the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, ADAFSA, has their own UAE and Abu Dhabi GAP farm assurance schemes, which have been benchmarked against Global GAP. And so the framework is exactly the same or even more restrictive and based on the UAE expectations. And there is significant alignment with an ESG framework, which is in alignment with Silal's mandate. So this is our farm. And Silal Farm, as I said, is 650 hectares. It borders on Oman's border. And we have greenhouses, net house. I'm not sure where this, here we go. So let me do it from this angle. This here is our pack house, and this pack house is 12,000 square meters. And so the supply chain is very fast between the net houses and the greenhouse and the open field to the pack house. Both are Global GAP certified, and it is really a model farm. We are managing water consumption, the use of technology to minimize heat in the greenhouses, and the supply chain is very short. This is inside of Alfoa Pack House. We pride ourselves in having automation, and you can see that our hygiene practices are world standard. So how are we implementing our farm assurance schemes, as well as ISO 22000, which is the pack house is certified? We as Silal are part of ADQ portfolio, and ADQ is the sovereign wealth management holding company for Emirate of Abu Dhabi. So actually, Silal in the supply chain is not just a supplier of fresh produce, or we're handling food through ourselves and our subsidiaries, but we're also accountable to the government. So all our activities have to be in alignment with food safety standards that are at the highest level, because we as Silal are holding the values of the leadership of the country. So in Alfoa, we focus on water management, so we rigorously test. We're not just testing for that audit date. We're testing because we have to assure that the water supply is not contaminated for two reasons. One, there is misting in the greenhouses. So if there's Legionella in this water, it will impact the employees, and we're always looking at worker welfare. But also, E. coli in the water supply will affect the produce. And we have never faced an issue where we have had contamination. We are testing water. Sorry about that. We are ensuring that there are no animals that are on the farm. There are barriers from outside. We have no animal production on the farm. And we are rigorously monitoring at all stages. Now, we are also certified to these standards in the pack house. So going back to the previous slide, I want you to take note. And on this very stage last year, we had a speaker who had tested the supply of fresh herbs in the UAE, in Oman, and in Bahrain. His presentation was about the reoccurring problem of E. coli in fresh produce. I will tell you this, open transparency. If you are shopping in the major retailers and you're buying these little bundles of fresh produce, we don't know what the supply chain has, how it has impacted the produce. And there are studies that indicate that sometimes the product is contaminated with E. coli. Now it's a problem because we are using it for fresh salads, for tabbouleh. We're using it in our drinks, if we're looking at mint. So we were challenged by a very high-profile customer to supply our fresh herbs without any contamination. And what we did was we set up this assurance weeks before the supply of the product. We tested the water every week, and we decided to do this with an external party so that we could assure the transparency to our premium customer was not only from within. We had third-party validation of our processes. So we started testing the water, the soil, the seedlings. The seeds were responsibly purchased. The employees were trained. The pack house was set up. A full procedure was declared to our customer weeks before supply. And we have in Silal a very rigorous traceability program. So once the product is harvested, it is labeled. You will see here, there is full traceability. And every single batch that was delivered to the customer was third-party tested. And this meant that we could have assurances and we could definitively say to our customers that the product was E. coli free. And so far, so good. So I know my speech is very short, but I wanted to highlight, just like what Professor had said, that if we focus on the fundamentals, we focus on the small wins that are held within the supply chain, then our public health will not be impacted. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Allison. I have to say one thing. Last week, I was talking to one of my colleagues, and I was telling her, since we were looking for a supplier for vegetables, and Silal was one of the suppliers listed, so I told her this is a very important farm where we need to visit, because I need you to know the good practices that they are following. I went to Silal, the warehouse in Al-Quds a few years back, and they were telling me a lot about the farm, so I told them it will be in my agenda, and I think it's now the time to go and visit the facility there.
Yes, indeed. The farm is incredible, and it is. We are benchmarking our practices on international standards. Also, because we have a responsibility not within the UAE, but we want to have the opportunity to export. But I just want to add one more point as well: that Silal's mandate is overarching food security. So we are supporting our own farmers. We consolidate their product in that pack house and we supply to our retailers as well. We are also testing their product free to them. We do not charge for our technical services to the farmers because we have to increase the supply of fresh produce and enhance our food security mission. But definitely, even from our farm, we can assure this. But we can also make assurances from the product that we receive from our farmers as well, because we manage them. So thank you very much. Were there any questions from anyone?
Any questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Alison, for showing what Zilal is and being a pride of Abu Dhabi and UAE as well. My question is, how do you manage water and recycling consumption and usage of it?
Yes, water is a very big topic, and because we have a very rigorous environmental and social governance framework, we have mechanisms to control water. Now, in Alfoa Farm, we actually have water channels to recycle water. We are using municipality water, we are not using groundwater, but our irrigation systems are so well designed. We have flow meters that we're checking the flow of water, so if it exceeds a certain amount, then we know how to control the water from the pump room, and any water that runs off, because we're not using, it's not ground, we're not growing in the ground, it's hydroponics or greenhouse technology, so we're using fiber beds. Any runoff from these beds is collected and recycled, so there's no loss of water, as well as the fact that we're using protected agriculture, meaning that we're not using open field, it's not open to the elements, so you're not having evaporation issues as you would have it if it were open field. And we're not using pivot irrigation systems, which has high evaporation, it scales high evaporation tendencies. We're using drip irrigation and collecting the water if there's any runoff.
Thank you for a great presentation, Dr. Hill Jackson, Hulson Consulting. I just wondered if you have any thoughts on how we could help farmers in developing countries. We have lots of problems there. Initiatives or thoughts on how we can help farmers in developing countries to attain to these kind of standards?
You're talking about farm assurance schemes?
Yes.
Well, what we have in Silal is a very high-level compliance scheme. But actually, the farm assurance schemes are designed to be at a wide range. As long as you comply with the farm assurance schemes, then you are compliant. But we don't have to go as far as certification. There are some fundamentals of a farm assurance scheme that a government can mandate to be adopted in farms. By the way, full disclosure, I'm from Jamaica. So we are not at this level in terms of our farming community. We have traditional farmers, small plots. However, there are some quick wins and low-hanging fruit that can be implemented. It can be even how the product is harvested. You can wash your hands. You can clean the harvest baskets. Those are, it can be from a water supply that you treat with chlorine tablets. It doesn't have to be a running body of water that you will contaminate. There can be small wins, and our farmers actually are not certified, but we impose some of those small steps to assure that the product they're supplying to us meets at least the minimum requirements, because we are not just looking at contamination of E. coli and Listeria, but we are also looking at MRL exceedances, which is also a food safety risk. So at all levels, how to train the farmers in pesticide application, these are things that we are faced with as well, because we are looking at managing traditional farmers. They are not high-tech farmers who have commercial businesses. They're also small farmers here in the UAE as well. So I would say small steps that impact the problems that we face. And those are not necessarily high-level greenhouse technology and irrigation beds, but it can be how you're managing the product, because they're in control of it, seed in the ground to supply to the customers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and you're a wonderful audience. Many thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for attending the session. we reached the end of the session. I wanted you please to go and enjoy your coffee break outside. Thank you so much.
It's happening now. Now this one takes over. Okay, but it's not. It's actually working. Can you hear me? And when I stand like this, can you still hear me? That's good. Then I need to concentrate on you. Okay. That I need to hold. No, no, no. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. No, no, it is fine. This is fine. Yeah, but then I need to stay here, right? Standing.
Yeah, that's why if you want to move, you can use the hand mic.
Yeah, but
Because
then
if you keep
know.
like this, I will get the volume very low.
Okay, but I'll.
Yes.
Yeah. The screen.
Then we'll give the hand mic.
No, because I need to hold this.
Hold this also. Okay. Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
I'll try to speak louder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. One is enough. Yeah, probably don't use it, but just in case. Thank you. For the technique, is it okay like this? For the technical guys? Thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone. Good morning. I hope you are fine today. In the food processing industry, the importance of hygienic design cannot be overstated. Poorly designed system and equipment not only jeopardize food safety, but can lead to costly operational disruption, legal liabilities, and damage to brand reputation. This session will explore real-world examples such as the contamination crisis faced by one frozen pizza brand, leading to a 20% decrease on a national level to the product and the millions in cleaning cost saving realized CIP clean in place technology. To discuss more insights about this, may we call in Director of EH, leading the organization since its relocation in Amsterdam in 2021. With a strong background in international marketing and leadership, he has driving EH growth in membership guideline and training programs. Passionate about people and innovation, he champions innovation like the I mentorship programming to nurture the next generation of food industry professionals. Edwy Vandenberg.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good night last night and enjoyed all the magnificent food here in Dubai. This presentation is about food and how we make food on an industrial level. And when you make food on an industrial level, a lot of things can go wrong. The title of the presentation is how to make or break your company, your business, by hygienic design. But the order of the presentation should actually be how to break or make your company by hygienic design. Because I'm going to first show a few slides on how things can definitely go wrong. And then at the end, I will show you, by introducing hygienic design, which benefits you or your company will have. So this is EH, and if you have a mobile phone with you, then hold it ready, because you can actually win something today. You can win a free ticket. I have two hands. Can you hear me? Still? Okay. You can win a free entrance ticket to our World Congress in Vienna next year. Now, our congresses, they are not as big as this one, but last year we had 400 people attending our Congress. We had 45 speakers on different subjects, and the subjects are really hands-on subjects a lot of the times, about welding, about elastomeric seals, about the filling machines, etc., things that I also touch upon in this presentation. And we have plenary sessions, we have parallel sessions. Last year we had it in Nantes with nice social program, and next year we will have it in a city in Europe that is really attractive. It's much older than Dubai, and normally that would run a video now, but the video is missing. No! So, does everyone has their phone ready? Not just to make pictures, but to scan this code? Because with this code, you have the opportunity to win a free ticket to Vienna. We will have tours in the city, so if you're not interested in hygienic design, and architecture, and then ancient architecture or Mozart, you're still welcome. But of course, we want you to be participating and later on also become part of EHEDGE. A little bit about me. There was already an introduction. I live in a very small village, and you see a lake here on top of that slide, and that lake is actually bordering with Amsterdam. Now, in small villages, we have supermarkets. And I'm from the Netherlands, I'm from Amsterdam, and we are known in the Netherlands to be very cheap. So what does that mean? Before we do our groceries, we always look for bargains. And I did so too. So what's the bargain here? Well, there was actually not a bargain, there was a warning, because don't buy any cookies. And if you have bought any cookies in the supermarket last week, bring them back, because they're actually contaminated with salmonella. And this happens over and over again, still in our industry today. So this is a way, and this is just a very small example of how things are not complying to food standards and hygienic design can break a company. This is a costly exercise to just, take back those. This is a slide that shows you figures from 2019 in the Benelux, the number of recalls that we had there on allergens, on salmonella infections, on anything that can go wrong, in fish or in the wrong labeling, those kind of things. And with hygienic design, we try to overcome that. This was last year, the first half of last year in 24. Now, I want to point out one example. That's the fourth example that you see in this slide. It was in France. It was a frozen pizza factory. What happened at the frozen pizza factory is not a question about if things would go wrong. It was just simply a question when things would go wrong. If you look at these conveyor belts, then would you still eat your pizza from this conveyor belt? I wouldn't. A lot of people did, but more than 130 people got sick. 65 people were hospitalized. 2 people died. Now, the effect that this had on that company, the share of the overarching organization, so the holding organization, went down by 20%. In 24, because of this incident, the whole market for frozen pizza consumption, just by one incident in this factory, went down by 20%. So people, it's not just that one factory is affected or one conveyor belt is affected, it's the whole industry that is affected. When things in one company go wrong. Now, 140 people unemployed, they closed down the factory, and you see the riots that were there. It continues. This was last month in France and in the Netherlands. And there was a contamination of listeria in soft cheeses, and it's not just in one country, because we produce for many countries. So this incident had an effect in the Netherlands, had an effect in Denmark, had an effect in Norway, Belgium, and again, more than 400 people hospitalized, and in 40 cases, there were the callbacks in these countries. Now, these are just a few examples of how things can go wrong. This started happening in 1989, or in 1988. I just explained it to some of the people that were visiting our booth, that in 1988, we had a lot of food incidents. And this was the moment that the European Commission asked the University of Wageningen, GEA as an equipment manufacturer, and Unilever as a food producer, can you come up with guidelines for this industry? Because apparently we need better food safety instructions. So please write guidelines on how equipment should be produced, how cleaning procedures should be done, how dismantling or without dismantling we can clean. And this is where we brought a lot of companies together during the period of the last 40 years. Where we started with 3 companies in the beginning, we have now over 800 members. Where we started with just a few guidelines in order to deliver to the food industry, we now have over 55. And we brought all companies in this industry together. So we work with food producers, we work with equipment manufacturers, we work with institutes, universities, and we work with government organizations. And this is what we deliver. So we bring the markets together, not only in Europe, although our name is still European Hygienic Engineering and Design Group, but we do that worldwide. And the analogy sometimes is Japan Airlines also flies to the States, and American Airlines also flies to Europe. So yes, we have Europe in our name, but we operate worldwide. The benefits that we bring are those guidelines. It's training based on those guidelines. It's also certification. So we do certify pieces of equipment. And we are a non-profit organization. We bring volunteers together from all over the world, the experts that work in companies like Coca-Cola, like PepsiCo, like Unilever. We now have a working group because of a chocolate incident that we had 3 years ago in Europe. You might still recall it, where all the Kinder eggs just before Easter needed to be taken out of the supermarkets, and this caused a lot of uproar. The factory in Belgium where these Kinder chocolate eggs were produced did a turnover on an annual basis of 4.2 billion euros a year. That factory was closed for 8 months. And of course, they could distribute some of their production over different factories that they have in Europe, but that was the effect that it had. Now, in that working group that we have on chocolate processing now, we have Ferrero, we have Nestlé, we have Mondelez, we have Strauss, we have Barry Callebaut, all the big chocolate producers together. Normally, they are each other's biggest competitors in the market, but here we create an environment where it's safe to talk about food safety, about hygienic design, because food safety shouldn't be a competitive advantage. Food safety, if it goes wrong, it harms the whole market, like I just shown with the pizza factory. So this is what we try to overcome. And here just some of our 900 members that we have, the companies that we work with. As said, we are European-based, but we work globally. We're now active in more than 55 countries, and this is what we produce. We produce the guidelines. We now have 56 guidelines in the market. We do the certifications. We now have more than 300 active certificates on pumps, valves, and sensors in the market. And we do a lot of trainings. We offer trainings as a basic training, a one-day training for your personnel. We offer advanced trainings, and we offer bespoke trainings. We also have an e-learning module, which you can use as a member. It's free to use for you, and we offer that to students in universities. So if you have a food safety course in your university and you want to talk about hygienic design, then just send us an email and we give your students access to these modules for free for half a year or for the semester that they're working on it. These are some of the different ways that we certify, the different certifications that we have in the market. We do it for open and closed equipment. We do it for wet and dry cleaning. We do it for different pieces of equipment. A lot of it is based on our guidelines. Guideline 8, freely to download from our website, is the basis of these certificates or of these tests. And Guideline 35 is an important one as well, so make use of that. Go to our website and download these guidelines. And these are the laboratories over the whole world that we work with. We have 8 laboratories in Japan, in Taiwan, in the United States, and in Europe, in Denmark, in France, and in Spain, and in Germany, and in Italy, that we work with to test the equipment if it is safe to use. So what we say, okay, if a piece of equipment is certified by EHEDGE, that makes it as cleanable as a straight steel pipe. Because what we do is we test the equipment that is sent to the laboratories that we work with against the straight steel pipe. We have a test rig and a straight steel pipe, and what we do is we build the pumps or the sensors of the valves into the test rig. We put the test rig is clean, the straight steel pipe is clean. We put a condensed sweetened milk through the straight steel pipe and through the test rig. We clean it with a mild detergent. We wash it with water, and then we put an agar in there. And we look if the agar in the straight steel pipe and in the test rig, if the infection in bacteria is as much or less in the test rig as in the straight steel pipe. If this is the case, then we say, okay, the test is qualified. We do that 3 times in a row, and if 2 out of 3 are correct, then we say this piece of equipment can be certified according to the EHEDGE standards on which we certify these pieces of equipment. For those who came in a bit later, we have a quiz in this presentation. And if you take out your phones and you scan the QR code, then you can actually compete for a free ticket to our World Congress next year in Vienna. If you haven't done so yet, please scan the code, because the first questions will come now. So, people are signing up. I now need to switch to the other presentation. It is, look. Sorry? Yep. The question is not there yet. There are still people signing up, so. Did you manage? Yeah? Can I go to the question? Thank you. So question number 1. The quicker you answer, the more points you get. With which percentage did the market of frozen pizza drop in France? It was indeed 20%. The next question is also about the frozen pizza case. With which percentage did the share price of the company drop? Yeah, that was also 20% of the whole company, so the mother organization. And they produce a lot more than just frozen pizza. We can switch back to the presentation. So the question is, what is hygienic design? And hygienic design is not to make things shiny. Hygienic design is a strategic concept. It is to make sure that your product is safe. It is to make sure that you produce food more efficiently and more sustainable. So it's relevant for both new companies that we build, new factories that we build, and legacy factories. So that is where it comes to play. So if you look at this hygienic design, you know, it is here, and it's what we can offer you. So if you look at the strategic approach of hygienic design, it's basically 6 different things that we work with, 6 key categories. It's product safety, it's on cleanability, it's in prevention of cross-contamination, it is to be compliant and risk reduction, and sustainable and economic benefits. That is the strategic approach that we see with hygienic design. Now, when it comes to product safety, it's of course prevention of contamination. It's prevention of the allergens in there. It's prevention of foreign materials or soil or those kind of things. When it comes to cleanability, you know, that clean equipment where there is no biofilm that is starting to exist, then you don't have the risk of forming bacteria in there. And of course, it's the prevention of cross-contamination. Now, like I said, each of these steps, each of these are interconnected. So they can lead to big risks, but if you do it properly, it will also lead to easier to clean equipment, lower downtime, so more uptime, more revenues, and I will come back to that later. Fewer recalls, and of course lower costs. So that is what hygienic design can bring you. So when we look at what we can achieve with hygienic design, it's the prevention of ingress, it's the prevention of growth, and it's the prevention of accumulation of food soils in your production facilities. So these are the objectives that we want to achieve. Now, why do we do that? Why are we here? It's for common product safety. You know, it's to bring down those pathogens. We don't say that, you know, if you have your factory completely structured according to hygienic design, that you don't run a risk in this, but the risks are far lower. So the real reason is the contamination risk, the microbiological hazard like Listeria or Salmonella, you know, chemical risks from the lubricants that we use or the cleaning residues that we have in the facilities. These are physical risks that we have, like metal or plastic segments, and of course the allergens, the cross-contamination. All these can be controlled and prevented in a better way through hygienic design. So it's really about prevention. It's not like we heard earlier, you know, if in the first day we have the data and we know where it went wrong. No, this is about preventing that things will go wrong. This is what it brings to you. So we're looking at this, and it's also about food quality. You know, the consistency in the product that you deliver to the market, based on the smell, because of cross-contamination, of you have different products that you run in your company, or the taste or the color. You know, if the color is wrong because something is burned and then the residue sticks in your pipelines and it contaminates the next production of product, then people won't buy it either. You know, if you see black peanut butter in the shelves of a retail store, I wouldn't buy it for my children. Well, I can't buy it anyway because they're allergic to peanut, but in your case. So contamination doesn't necessarily have to make someone sick, but it can still affect your product quality. You know, by the off flavor or the discolorization or the microbial spoilage or lumps or the visual effects that it has. So hygienic design is not only about safety, but it's also about protecting the quality, the brand reputation, and the consumer trust that they have in your products. Are you up for the next question? Are you up for the next question? Yes? Okay, thank you. So we have a clear number 1 till now. And question number 3. What are the goals of hygienic design in product manufacturing? And here there are actually 2 right answers. You only have to have one of the right answers in order to make a score. Nabil, you're doing a good job. We can switch. We can switch to the other presentation again. So key areas of applying hygienic design. Hygienic design actually applies everywhere. So, you know, it says key areas, but if you look at hygienic design, it goes from the building layout to the utilities, to the air control, to water system management, the equipment, but also personal care. And each one contributes to the overall contamination prevention. So if you look at that, you cannot just say, okay, I have it, a pump, which is certified by EHEC, and it's a hygienically designed pump, so that pump is safe. If you put that piece of equipment in a room that you ignore and the ceiling is leaking, things will still go wrong. So it's the holistic approach that you need to take in mind there. And if you look at that, then it's about cleaning and sanitation, it's about the building design, it's about equipment design, it's about personal gowning and personal care. And you know, you see it here. I won't mention that. It's about utilities and also the electric and the instrumentation and the automation that you do. You know, the whole cabling, everything. So if you look at it from a factory perspective, we start on the outside. It's the first step that we do together with the architect and the project developer. It's where we say, okay, if you look at Guideline 44, which handles factory and building design, we start with what is the selection of the piece of land? Where is it? Are we running a risk of flooding? You know, when you go to my country, 60% of where we live is actually below sea level. So there's a huge risk of flooding. And when you have the floodings, you can also have the contaminations there. Are you close to a wood? In trees, there will be birds, there will be insects. How is the lighting of the company? These are all factors that are outside. So this is about site design. This is about what do you control? What is your access control? What are the things that you're looking at? What are the docking stations and where do you build them compared to the wind direction, for example? Those kind of things. You know, it's about plant layout and what is the airflow in the plant layout? What is the flow of persons? So it's those things that we look at. Walls, ceilings, but also roofs. If you think about roofs, in the States, there was a publication last year that 60% of the contamination in food factories actually come from the roof. the outside roof. Does anyone have any idea why? No one? Sorry? A leaking roof, yeah. And what does leak into the factory because of a leaking roof? Bird shit. That is what was 60% of the contamination in food factories in the report last year. So this is why we pay a lot of attention to also the outside of a food factory, and we make sure that you can reach the outside of the food factory, that you can reach the roof through the outside, that you don't have to go through the inside. Next on the list is, of course, the equipment that you use. So do you use open or closed equipment? Do you need to dismantle, or can you do cleaning in place? Is it for dry or wet materials? Those things are all handled in our guidelines, and we provide you with the solutions on how to clean there and how to, install the pieces of equipment. Because, cleaning is one thing, but the installation and the right way of installing it is another subject that you need to take good care of. And after the equipment is installed, it also comes to utilities. When you think about the airflows, when you think about steams, when you think about water and ice, the products that you use in your factory, but also the electricity, the optimization, those kind of things. And then it's the holistic approach again, it's the integration. And this is all handled in the guidelines that we produce. So hygienic design principles and criteria, if you think about these topics that I just mentioned. This is one of the most important parts of this presentation, because these are the foundation for every decision that we make when it comes to equipments, when it comes to building design, when it comes to utilities, and EHEDGE has codified this. So these principles into the guidelines are mainly written in Guideline 8, which is downloadable free for everyone. So go to our website and download that guideline, make use of it, and if you have any questions or if you have any suggestions, let us know. We are happy to be of service and be in contact with you. And Guideline 44 on factory and building design. You'll see the 5 principles appearing through this guidance, and there are the same whether you do a design for a valve, for a production floor, or for a drain. We'll link back to these principles in the risk assessments and the management session. So write down these 5 principles that you see in the next slides. They might be of use for you because they apply to everything that you do on a daily basis. So which materials of construction do you use? What is the ability to segregate? What is the cleanability? What is the drainability? And what is the accessibility? These are the 5 principles. And it doesn't matter, if it's the design of a pump, we ensure it's self-draining, but what is the hygienical seal in that pump? It goes from all the way to the factory design to that single seal that we try to cover. So it's also about doors and walls. They need to be smooth, they need to be non-porous, and they need to be easy to clean. It's about zoning, because that helps to control the people and the material flows. We do separate zones into high, medium, and low-risk zones. It's about segregation, and that is about external segregation and internal segregation within a valve, separating pasteurized and non-pasteurized streams. These principles apply universally across equipment, building design, and utility systems, whether it's a stainless steel pipe or an air handling unit or a personal corridor where people come in. The same logic applies. Prevent contamination, enable effective cleaning, support inspection and maintenance, accessibility, and sustain hygienic performance over time. And this is not limited to food contact parts only, because cross-contamination can be of any source. Like I said earlier, a beautifully hygiene pump is worthless when it's installed under a leaking ceiling. I think that example was quite clear. Let's look further. Materials of constructions. What are the requirements? The materials we choose must be safe. They must be inert, corrosion resistant, and durable. They should not chip, flake, or wear out in ways that create contamination risks by foreign bodies. Even the best screening process can't compensate for poor material choice. So bear that in mind. And our guideline 32 provide detailed material criteria, including surface finish, chemical resistance, and mechanical strengths. So, this is the guideline to visit there. If you think about the common categories that we have in the materials of construction, then we talk about plastics, we talk about elastomers, we talk about metals, but we also talk about glass. We talk about wood and cork. Those products that are still used, and we try to cover them. So with plastics like PP and PVC and PTFE, but only when they're chemical resistance and cleanable proven. Elastomers like the EPDM or the MBR for gaskets and O-rings. Always use food-grade certified ones, because otherwise they break and you have your foreign materials in your food, in your products. And for metal, we advise stainless steels, 304 and 316, depending on the environment. So on others, like ceramics and glass, when specific conductions require them. Each material has to be evaluated for its intended use. So the cleaning regime that you use, and the product contact risk. Cleanability, one of the other principles. When we talk about cleanability, it's the second principle that we have on our list. And this one drives everything else. Surfaces must be cleanable to a microbiological level without dismantling equipment excessively. This is what we try to prevent. When design fails here, cleaning becomes longer, harsher, and as a result, costlier, with more chemicals that are needed to use, with more water that we need to use, and more downtime. So this is where we make your company. Cleanability is achieved by eliminating crevices, dead zones, or rough welds, for example, where residues can accumulate. So the EH Guideline 8, the EH Guideline 17 for pumps describe this beautifully. Design first and clean later. So that's what we try to accomplish, because then cleaning is much easier. So in your factory, try to look at your factory like you're sitting here, and can you think of a piece of equipment that you think, okay, that is hard to clean in our plants, and why is this hard to clean? What did I come across? What can you take with you today that you can look at tomorrow in your factory and think, hey, we should do that differently? For example, this pump. This pump is hygienically designed. All the hygienic applications apply. We select a pump with a hygienically designed mechanical seal made for food-grade materials and installed it in a drainable position, because that's also the importance. And an EH-certified pump is tested for cleanability. This example refers to, like I said, Guideline 17 for pumps, and Guideline 25 for mechanical seals. Both are great references when specifying new equipment. So if you look for these pieces of equipment, make use of these guidelines. And always look for that EH certified mark. It's not mandatory. So you won't see every pump that is cleanable with the EH certified mark, but it's an indicator for reliability. So look at our logo there. And when you see the logo, go to our website. Because if a certification is not in our website, if a product that claims to be certified, you can't find it on our website, then it doesn't exist, and it's not certified anymore, or it wasn't ever certified. And we sometimes come across these. When we are at exhibitions, and we sometimes see that a manufacturer claims to have a certified piece of equipment, which is actually not certified. So always visit our website if you want to invest in new pieces of equipment. When it comes to building design, it is not just the outside, of course, that I just mentioned, but it's also about the inside. You know, how do your doors functions? Are they of a smooth surface? Are they non-absorbent? Are they easy to clean? Are they wide enough so that actually people and product flow can run through it? Here we have again guideline 44, you know, on building design, and this is to keep things durable and floatable. So the processes. When it comes to drainability, an important topic is drainability of your factory. It's the third principle that we have, that we adjust to. All product contact and non-product contact surfaces must be self-drainable. So we don't want to have any standing water or a trapped product. Horizontal surfaces are our enemy. And for example, a sloped pipework, a drainable frameworks and sloped equipment covers to ensure that liquids doesn't stagnate. Even the floor design must help to prevent puddles or stagnant water. And when it comes to a drop of water, you know, if a mosquito can land on it, and this is by the famous Dalai Lama, he says, does size matter? Yeah, it matters. Try sleeping with one. So, talking about drainability, this was a picture taken a few months ago in a meat processing company in the US. The kids working there were under 15 years of age. It's impossible to train 15-year-olds on hygienic design, but this is what happened there. And you see the drains, they are full of meat. They are not, you see the things that go wrong there. So when it comes to drainability, we state, if you look at these examples, we have some horizontal cabling there. We have the trays or the beams. These can collect water and dust. Flat surfaces on cabinets or pumps, same issue. Instead, all surfaces should have at least a slope of 3 degrees, for drainage and external liquid flow so that it flows away and that it doesn't stay in the product zones. The same logic applies for floors and gullies and channels. Never design for stagnant water. If you want to know more about that, then that young man in the front row here, Ahmad, is your person to talk to. Again, you know, if you go back to your factory tomorrow and you look over the floor, look where you can improve. I already mentioned we have the plant layout. We do that in different zones. We have high hygiene areas, which will be defined either as dry cleaning or as controlled wet areas, but they never should be subject to wet cleaning. When you wet clean a dry area, it's per definition a wet zone. In such zones, the different zones that we talk about here, there must be restricted movement of personnel and materials. Routines to enter must exclude soil. No, here is something going wrong for your next questions, so please allow me to divert from my presentation for a moment. So I was like, routines to enter should exclude soil, for example, brought in on shoes or under dirty packaging from products that you bring in. High hygiene areas connects directly to low hygiene ones. Special measures must be applied. Air for processing rooms always has to be filtered. I'm now doing two things at the same time, which is very difficult for a male person, as you know. So the plant layout defines those three hygiene zones. If you look at this plant layout, we have the basic hygiene zone, where finished goods areas, where products are already protected. We have the medium hygiene zones, where products may still be exposed, but are not highly sensitive. And we have the high hygiene zones, where products are most vulnerable, like ready to eat or aseptic processing. The design must ensure that the materials and the personal move logically flows from low to high hygiene zones and never reverse. So segregation isn't just physical, it's about flow control. People should have designated entry routes, gowning areas, and hand washing points aligned with the hygienic level. So different levels in different zones. Similarly, material flow must avoid crossing paths with waste, cleaning tools, or maintenance activities. These flows can make or break the hygienic layout. So these transition zones are critical. These are the buffer spaces between hygiene areas, where people change clothing, wash hands, and prepare to enter. Design these zones with both physical and procedural controls. Proper zoning and transition design reduces contamination risk drastically, especially in dry or hair care production. So these are all topics that you find back in Guideline 44. Ability to segregate. Next is the ability to segregate. Segregation means preventing cross-contamination between incompatible processes, raw versus finished product, clean versus dirty, wet versus wet, and chemical versus food. You know, these principles apply to people, materials, airflows, and utilities, not just equipment. Again, covered in Guideline 44. At equipment level, segregation also means protecting product for unwanted contact, such as condensation dripping, incompatible fluid mixing, or product leakage. For example, use dust-tight designs, sealed enclosures, and proper barriers to avoid emission into the environment. If you look for guidelines that address this topic, then go to Guideline 22 for dry material processing, and Guideline 14 and Guideline 20 for valves and mix-proof systems. Talking about valves, this is an example of such valve, and here you see a hygienically designed double-seat valve. Its purpose is to segregate incompatible fluids, for example, preventing pasteurized and non-pasteurized or unpasteurized product from mixing. This design allows for cleaning between seeds while keeping product zones isolated. It is a perfect example of how good engineering ensures food safety. When you see these valves in your plant, remember, they're small components with a big impact. And last but not least, we talk about accessibility. You know, the fifth principle of hygienic design is accessibility, and it ties everything together. All product contact and no product contact surfaces must be accessible for cleaning and inspection. Or if not, we must demonstrate that cleaning in place achieves the equivalent results. Accessibility ensures validation is possible. If you can't reach it, you can't verify that it's clean or not. If an operator can't safely inspect an area, it's not hygienically designed. That is the way that we look at it. So accessibility means easy operation and maintenance, no hidden spaces or difficult joints, enough clearance around equipment for inspection. When space is tight, cleaning suffers. So EH Guideline 10 for closed equipment and Guideline 13 for open environments describe how to ensure accessibility in both cases. And during audits, we just heard about this morning a lot about audits, this is one of the easiest things to observe. If the cleaner can't reach it, it's a red flag for the auditors. We go over to the next question, but for that I need to reach the website, so I hope it's still there. But it's not. So bear with me for a few seconds, please. We go over to the next question. Everyone ready? Okay. Which of the following is a key principle of hygienic design? Is that easy accessibility for cleaning, use of porous materials, complex shapes and hidden joints, or decorative finishes? Thank you. You're paying attention. Now, this should work. We have a runner-up. The vote goat is taking control nearly. And we can go back to the other deck, please. So if we look at the quiz, and then we've seen the results so far, there's one last question, and that is about a slide like these and what I discussed at the beginning. You know, at EHEDGE, if you look at, if this is your factory, you see at point A, what I mentioned in the beginning, we choose that patch of land, we start building, we look at the zones, we look at the doors, we look at the floors, all these points we put into place. And then we have the factory. Then we go and we bring in the raw materials, and we have the process where it goes over to conveyor belts or it goes into pipes. We have the heating, we have the baking, we have all these processes that we put into place. And in these pipelines, we have our joints, we have our valves, we have our weldings, anything that you need in the factory to produce your product is covered in our guidelines. Um, any of these blue dots, and I'm sure back in the audience in the room, this is not readable for you, but any of these dots in here is a guideline that covers any of these processes in in our catalog. So this is where you can find anything on the welding process. You can find the information of how water is being used, all these things. So make use of that. I said make or break, and we're now at the make part of hygienic design. So if you look at hygienic design, then there's a lot of cost saving that we can bring with hygienic design. And these are just 5 cases that I would like to share with you. If you have a look at Nestlé, they have reduced in water usage by 30% in their CIP cleaning because of the new pieces of equipment that they use. They have to use less water. We have breweries that by using the Cronus aseptic filling machine, they have less downtime and they increase their production between 2 and 5%. Now, on average, that is a 3.5% on a yearly basis for their products. This is pure profit. If an aseptic, hygienically designed filling machine will cost you a few million more for a production line, the payback period is there in no time. And you know that a machine like that is operational for 20 to 30 years. So that is 18 to 28 years or even more extra profit. Meat processing plant, fewer hours in cleaning time. The other Cronus filling machine, the shorter CIP cycles, 20%, 15 to 20% shorter. On a daily basis, 4.5 hours. On a weekly basis, a 50,000 euro cost saving. That is 2.5 million per year in cost saving on those production lines. And just think about what it brings you in safer environments for your personnel. So less sick leave, people that stay longer, people that don't change jobs. So these are the benefits. The water usage goes down, energy usage goes down, chemicals up to 50% less, labor, fewer cleaning hours, maintenance, the longer equipment life cycle, so fewer parts to be replaced, and waste handling, by introducing hygienic design. So final recommendations, hygienic design helps to reduce plant downtimes to a large degree. It increases product safety at the same time. The system design needs to be adapted to modern cleaning and sterilization regimes. There's still potential to reduce drying time and accessible through hygienic design. And poor hygienic design accounts for over 50% lost profit per week in the example shown in the Cronus case. So over to the last question for today. Question? That was a cue. That's weird. Question 5 out of 5. How many food industry guidelines and related papers does EH offer at the moment? Is that 53, 39, 56, or 88? Yes, the right answer is 56. Thank you. Let's see. Oh my God. I said VoteGoat was a runner-up, and VoteGoat is the winner. Last slide, please. So thank you for your attendance. Thank you for listening to me. I'm running 1 minute over time. I hope that it was interesting. If you have any questions later today, please visit us at booth G7. Send us an email. We are happy to be of service to you. So don't hesitate to drop by. And if VoteGoat could come to the first row, then we can make sure that we take all your contact details. Thank you for your time. And can the second person also come to the first row, please? Because we have a silver prize as well. Thank you. Nabil. Yeah, I know, but then you read it.
What is it? The cup, I think she put it there. She took it? Oh, that's fine, no worries. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying today's sessions. We'll be moving now to a very interesting session, which is Bridge the Gap Between Innovation and Accountability in the Age of AI. An internationally recognized ISO management systems and compliance expert with over 25 years of global experience, specializing in auditing, training, and implementation across various ISO certifications. A key contributor to ISO committees and on auditing and artificial intelligence. She has helped shape international standards and strengthen auditor competency worldwide. Today, she will discuss the evolving role of auditing in increasingly complex regulatory and technological landscape. Let's all welcome Elizabeth Stoller.
Hello? Can I? Could you activate this microphone, please? Hello?
Okay, now it's
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. I was at this very interesting presentation about FSCC 22000, and then I remembered there's this great presentation here about auditing, and I'll be the speaker. So I'm really happy to be here. It's a really great honor to have been invited to this very important event, and I thank the team of the Dubai Food Safety Department with all my heart. This is my first time in this region. I also want to thank my colleague and partner, Jorge Bravo, who is here in this audience. We are a very strong team together, and I wouldn't be here without him today. So thank you. My name is Elizabeth Thaler. I'm part of Beyond Conformity Inc. That's our company. We've been working with management system standards across different industries, countries, cultures. We are nerds. We love management system standards. That's all our conversations all day long. And auditing, that's even better. We've been doing this for a very long time. So when we heard about an AI standard, an AI management system standard, we thought, okay, this is really important. And we became members of that important committee. I'm going to talk about the committee a little bit. And it just brings us at the table of discussion where all those AI international standards are being made. And it provides some more insight, which then translates into our work with other standards, such as the standards for food safety management systems. So I'm pleased to be here today to share some of my experience and knowledge with you. I know everybody here is a food safety expert, but if we all come together and put our heads together, we can create great things in this world. I've prepared a very short video for you to watch. You really need to pay attention because it's just in a blink of an eye, it's going to be over. So let me play that for you. This is from a movie called Joy.
Would you take this mop when you were just cleaning the bathroom and around the toilet and all of those germs and take it into the kitchen where your family eats, where you feed your children?
That was short, right? I don't know if, okay, I can play it again. I hope you got it. We'll come back to that video in a little bit. What we saw there is humans, right? Some people who do something, and I guess all of you were like, oh my God, no, you can't do that, right? So the humans are at the center of food safety, and we know that. Many failures can be traced back to humans. And now we have AI, who is another player in that game. So today we're going to talk about both in the context of management systems and especially of auditing. Here are the topics I'm going to be covering in this presentation. I could talk for hours, but I know you all will be hungry, and I'll try to finish on time. I have a timer here, so that's going to really help me. But before I continue, who of you knows ISO 22000? Yes. Who is an auditor in here? Yes. Wonderful. Who has been audited? Yes. Great. So you all know what I'm talking about. Next question. Who wanted to be an auditor when you were little and somebody asked you, what do you want to be when you're grown up? I want to be an auditor. Yeah, we have one hand up. Thank you. You are officially weird. The people I know that are auditors because they were thrown into that, because somebody had to do the job, and it was an assignment, and it was take it or leave the company. That's what I hear all the time. But then they actually end up really passionate about that job because it's a really important job in any organization. You can really add value. You can really influence the strategic direction of any organization if you do a good audit, right? So, by the way, there is an article about me. It was written about 10 years ago. I was being interviewed for a magazine about the auditing profession, and I told them how I became an auditor and that I didn't really want to do that. And the title of that interview that was published was Elizabeth Thaler, the Accidental Auditor. And I thought, okay, that's not how I want to be remembered. And it's still there. Okay, so we're going to talk about a little bit about ISO 22000. We're going to talk about auditing management systems, and there's a standard for that, ISO 19011. Does anybody know ISO 19011? Yes, it's a guidance document or guidelines for auditing management system. And then we're going to combine those. We're going to talk about AI and food safety management systems audits. A lot of these things have already been discussed today and in those 2 previous days, but this is giving me an opportunity to really round it up. Okay, context. You all know the challenges, right? You work with that every day. Plus, you've heard about those challenges those past 2 days and today. And I don't need to tell you what to look for, right? But here's something that really caught my attention. And it was on Sunday, I arrived here early morning. And I went to the beach in the afternoon in Kite Beach. And I saw there's a lot of small establishments, food establishments, right? But they have probably been there for some years, so you're used to that. That's a different challenge than a food processing plant, right? But then I saw, like everywhere on this planet, there's this food deliveries. And you have those scooters or bikes with people carrying those boxes around. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And yesterday, I went to wrong location. I put the wrong address in my app, and I ended up somewhere else. And I saw food delivery persons walking around with paper bags. And I'm thinking, wow, I don't know what was in those bags, but controlling that in a very hot climate is really a challenge. And yeah, good luck with that. I also come from a place where it's really hot. I live in Florida in the United States, even though I was born and raised in Austria. But I know this is a big challenge. So yeah, good luck with that. Okay, here, ISO 22000. There is a new revision right now in development. I don't know if you're familiar with that. They just started with the revision process. I don't know the exact timeline, but usually it takes about 2 years or 3 years until the newer version is published. I read about it. You can look it up. What are the expected changes? It doesn't mean much right now because it can still change. They do have a design document that specifies what to focus on with the changes, and then it goes through different reviews by the committee that is in charge of that. And I think it's ISO TC 217 or so. Don't take that down. You can look it up online. Now, ISO 22000 is the management system standard for food safety. Its purpose is to provide the requirements and hence help organizations understand what they need to do to be able to sustainably provide safe food. That's it. And it applies to anybody within the food chain. It's a standard that follows the high-level structure of the ISO directives. What that means is that ISO has created a structure that all management system standards have to follow. It's the same numbers of clauses and the same title for each clause. The requirements are listed in clauses 4 through 10, starting 4 with context of the organization, 5 leadership, et cetera, and they use the same core terminology and principles. So they integrated all these different management system standards to use that high-level structure so that it's easier to align your management system. Let's say you have a quality management system, you can easily align it to to a food safety management system, ISO 22000. And that figure on the right is straight out of ISO 22000, and it's the PDCA model, the Plan to Change Act, the continual improvement model that has been used in those management system standards. And you're probably familiar with that. It's all based on, planning what you do, do it, check what you've done to make sure you've reached your goals or your objectives, and then act upon that. If you have not reached your goals, do something about it. And well, also continual improvement, meaning you already reached your goals, but you want to become better. Now, this standard also talks about risk-based thinking, and that's a term that has been highly discussed. Risk, the definition of risk is the effect of uncertainty, and in this case, in ISO 22000, you have the risk at two different levels. One is the organizational level, which is presented in that upper part of that figure on the right. And then you have the specific operational part where you have to address the risks in your operation directly related to food safety. And that is outlined here, which is different in ISO 9001. It just talks about the organizational risk-based thinking, but then other specific standards typically address risk management one way or the other within Section 8 of the standard. Now, there is also FSSC 22000, and there was this presentation right now. You may have heard of that. Just briefly, FSSC is a certification scheme. Even so, the gentleman there said it's much more than that, but I missed that part, why? Why is it much more than that? It's a certification scheme. Your organization can be certified to ISO 22000 or FSSC 22000. The difference is that the oversight for FSSC is done by the Global Food Initiative. And usually, typically, companies that do international business in the food chain would go for FSSC. It provides more requirements on top of the requirements of ISO 22000, and it also requires you to use any of those other standards that are listed there that apply to your operation. So it's a strategic decision. If you have not implemented a food safety management system, you may want to start with 22,000 and then expand into the more specific requirements of FSSC. That's a personal recommendation. But of course, if your client requires FSSC certification, then that's what you gotta do. Now, here is something that I love to talk about. And actually yesterday, in another room, right before lunch, I met someone, and I hope she's here today. And she told me, yes, here she is. Hi, thanks for coming. Yeah, and she told me, oh, I want to know about management system audits, because I do audits. But I know there can be more to that. So I really want to hear about that. So yeah, and I had that already prepared. So in a compliance audit or an inspection, you typically use a checklist, right? You go by a checklist and you tick off if the specific requirements have been met, and you report on findings. In a management system audit, you look at the whole system. That means the interaction of all the processes within the system, and you identify if there are any gaps in the system that inhibit the organization to meet the established requirements and to be effective. So let's go back to that video. Remember, there was this lady mopping the bathroom, and then she says, okay, do you want me now to go to the kitchen and mop the kitchen with that same mop? You go, no, don't do that, right? So in a compliance audit, of course, you write that up as a finding, right? This is a big no-no, cross-contamination. In a management system audit, yes, you write it you write it down, of course, but then you look a little bit further and you verify why. Why is she doing that? So then you go and you have those bubbles there. Those are the different clauses within ISO 22000. So, okay, you wonder then, let's see, why does she want to do that? Is she trained? Does she know that she's not supposed to do that? Is she aware of the implications of using that same mop in the bathroom and in the kitchen? Does she have the right tools? Maybe she was given only one mop. That leads us to resources, right? Resource management, which is clause 7. But it also leads us to leadership, because it says there that leadership must provide the resources necessary for the food safety management system. And then there's her boss right there. And did he tell her to do this? Is he aware? Is he committed with food safety? So you follow that track. It's that audit trail. That's how we call it. You follow that audit trail, and you try to identify where within those processes there are really gaps. And this is what you want to focus on. If it's a matter of not providing the resources, then you may write up a finding against clause 7 for resources. Or if you find that there are resources lacking everywhere within the organization, then you may probably write it up against leadership. There's a specific clause about resources. So you have to, I would say, zoom out, see the big picture, zoom back in, and look at the issue at hand that you observed. Now, that observation of using that mop in the kitchen and in the bathroom, that is evidence that you would include in your finding statement, because you want to show this is what I saw, and add additional evidence as necessary to make a point and provide sufficient information to management or to whoever is responsible so that they can take an effective corrective action, okay? And the corrective action is not, oh, let's buy a mop, and now we have 2 mops, and yeah, and someone said, okay, let's label this one just kitchen and this one just for the bathroom. That's not a corrective action in the sense, or in the context of a management system. In a corrective action, you want to identify that root cause, which, if there's a good finding statement, it will lead you to that, okay? Lack of resources, because it's not assigned in the budget to provide the necessary resources to maintain hygienic conditions, right? For example. So, and then you need to investigate, yeah, well, what the root cause. You can use different methods. A very simple method is the 5 whys. Everybody can do that. It's like the children when they ask, why did this happen and why did this happen? So why did they not give her the resources? Okay, and then why was the budget not assigned for this? Okay, oh, and then you may come across that management had no clue, was not interested, etc. That's really tough if you get to that point, and it shouldn't happen, but it's just a very simple example. But well, if it's there, it doesn't make you popular as an auditor, but you gotta do what you gotta do. You wanna add value, and it's always the way how you sell that idea. If you relate it to the system, it's much easier than pointing at a specific situation and at a specific person. So here I have another drawing here where each red dot presents a finding. And a finding is just the result of comparing what you saw or heard or read with the requirement. Okay, that's called a finding. It can be a good finding, it can be a finding of compliance, it can be a finding of not compliance. But to see the complete picture, you have to zoom out and you have to connect the dots so you get the idea of where within the system there is a gap. Now, with those dotted lines, who sees a squirrel? Nobody? Oh yes, thank you. Who sees an octopus? Who sees a monkey? Thank you. who sees a cat? Okay, so yes, it is actually a cat. Mhm. But you wouldn't know. So, and sometimes auditors reach conclusions too quickly without checking all the facts. So I invite you next time you do an audit to think about this and dig a little bit further. You know, where is the gap within the system? And every system is as strong as its weakest links within your organization, but also within the supply chain. So look at that and find that specific point. It will help you also with your finding and selling your finding, like I said, and it will make people more comfortable when you talk about the system and the process, as opposed to talking about a person who didn't do a job right. I guess we can all agree on that, right? Nobody wants to be exposed. Okay, here is ISO 19011, guidelines for auditing management systems. This standard, its origin comes from 1990 when the first standard for auditing was published, or guidelines. It was for quality management systems. Then they merged together with environmental management systems, and then I think it was in 2011 where it became one document for any management system. And the current version was published in 2018. I had the opportunity to sit there with the international group to write that standard. We integrated there the risk approach to auditing, which was a big achievement. It took some convincing, but it was included, thank you. And now the standard is under revision again. We are now almost done. We have one more international meeting actually next week where we're going to discuss the final comments, and then it's being sent back to ISO. They will publish an FDIS, which is the final draft international standard, which you can purchase. You can also purchase this version now, the DIS, the Draft International Standard. I recommend you don't waste your money on that, because you will soon have the FDIS, and then soon after, in Q1 of next year, the final new version will be available. There aren't many changes, let me tell you that. And it's remote auditing methods in the new version. There is an inclusion of a reference to ISO IEC-TS 17012, which covers the use of remote auditing methods in more detail than the current version. There's a little bit more about the evaluation and competence of auditors, but really not a big change. And I can tell you the changes now in detail because it's not the final version, so I don't want to really go into that detail. There is a clear explanation about the risk-based focus when you audit. And the annex talks a little bit more, expands more on supply chain audits. I personally think that the addition doesn't really make a difference, but it can still change. And that just changes to the definitions. One bigger change is auditee is now called organization within this document, no longer auditee. I liked auditee, but we can't win all the battles, right? And there's some editorial updates, like wordsmithing and putting some lipstick and some whatever on some phrases, just to be clearer. And what is really good now, because those ISO standards have become much more and more popular over those years, there's always a consciousness of the translations. So sometimes now we have people from countries where it's Latin American countries, for example, and they say, oh, we have trouble with that word. For example, compliance, because in our language, compliance versus, bad example, but there are some words where in English you would have two words and in Spanish you have only one word. So, for example, may and can, you know, so they say it's puede in Spanish. So, you know, there is consideration for translations whenever somebody speaks up. And I don't know if there is a translation group for Arabic. I know that some standards have been translated to Arabic, but I do know there's different groups for French, English, well, English, no, French, Spanish, German, etc. So, what has not changed? How to manage the audit program, so no worries. And how to perform an audit, from planning to report writing to follow-up activities. So the way of doing that has not changed, and there's a reason to it. The international community, throughout this revision process, decided it's mature, this is good, it's working, and we don't really need to change how we do it. But here is my big frustration. The new ISO 19011 does not consider AI, nor does the new ISO 9001 or the new ISO 14001. I don't know about 22000. They just started, so I hope they will still include AI. I'm not on that committee, but in 19011, we have been, my colleague and I, we are sitting on the committee in the US and also at the international committee table, and we have proposed it from day one. And the response we got was, no, AI is just like any other technology. We don't need to address that. I think it's a big mistake. But that gives us opportunities, especially us who work in training, you know, to teach that, because you will need that knowledge. So let's talk about AI. Nowadays, you will easily come across a management system, a food safety management system, where some form of AI system is being used. And we just heard here from the director of food safety of Dubai. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. He presented the new initiative, and I think it was the CEO of food safety as well. I'm sorry, I should have taken notes. And there's this new initiative for the use of AI in food safety in Dubai. So this is big. This is really big. And there is no international standard that addresses that right now. So we're traveling the world now to get the word around. Like, you know, you need to look at that. You need to be aware of that. What do you do when AI is used in a management system? So AI, any AI system can be used in any process, right? You can have an inspection process, you can have contamination detection process, etc. So it is a process, and like with any other process, it needs to be controlled. There need to be defined inputs, there need to be activities, there need to be outputs. And that by definition, a process is a set of activities that transforms inputs into outputs, right? And I know in Arabic it's from right to left. In Western languages is left to right. So you need to look at that as an auditor and understand that they use AI and how do they use AI. Now, here you see these big white letters, trustworthiness. At the end, it comes to that. With AI systems, we still sometimes don't understand how they work. We don't trust them completely. And trustworthiness is a big word. You want to be able to trust your AI system. Otherwise, it just gives you more work instead of alleviating your work or making you more efficient. So you see this list of principles that go along with trustworthiness. This is not in the Food Safety Management System Standard. This is not in ISO 19011. This comes from a standard from the AI committee, the International ISO AI committee. It's about AI principles and terminology. So trustworthiness also is included in the EU AI Act. They may have different words to frame it, but that is a requirement. You need to ensure that your AI system that you use is trustworthy. So you have robustness. It means that it must function no matter if the conditions change. For example, if you're in a kitchen and you have a camera, detection system through a camera, and there's vapor, there's steam, the system still needs to work despite the steam. If no, it's probably not trustworthy, right? It needs to be reliable. It needs to give you consistent responses over time or consistent results. It needs to be resilient. That means it needs to come back, power back up after any failure. It needs to be controllable. There should be a way for humans to jump in and stop it and take over the control of the system. It needs to be explainable. You should be able to understand how the results are being achieved, what is behind that leads to that result in human language. Sometimes we don't understand what's going on within the system, but you do need to understand how what results you can expect, and that leads to predictability, and that leads to trust. And imagine if you have a system, a supplier evaluation system. You use AI, it uses the information, it was trained with data that you gave to it, that you programmed it with, and you should be able to predict what the conclusions will be of the system. It should also be transparent, meaning that you need to know its limitations. When we talk about data, we talk about data very loosely. Oh yeah, we need to have the data. I'm gonna give you an example. I was trying to be smart, and I had to analyze some data from different Excel sheets, and I thought all those Excel sheets were set up in the same way. I had used the same template, manually, of course. And then I thought, okay, I created a little instruction, a little prompt, like filter out that data, and I want you to sum up these numbers. And he gave me very strange numbers. So I looked at him like, this can't be true. So I went in and manually checked it, and then I found that my basic data was wrong because the template had moved. In some Excel sheets, I had an extra line, so I did not receive the right data to process. And that just showed me how important data quality is. And there is a standard for just for data quality, okay? So you need to be careful. Now, the standard for data quality talks about a reliability quotient for data. I'm not a data expert, but you may want to look at it because that gives you an idea of how reliable the outcomes are based on the quality of the data that you put into the system. And then finally, bias and fairness. That is really important too. For example, let's go back to the supplier evaluation system. So imagine you train your system based on the data from large suppliers that have a lot of technology available, and they provide you great reports, and you train your system with all that. But then you use the system for smaller organizations that do not have the technology, that maybe give you handmade sheets or an Excel that they made, and the system may interpret that as not being a reliable provider for food safety just because they did not give you that information in the same format. So that would be an unwanted bias. So you need to take that into consideration. Now, like I said before, this is not a requirement. This is nowhere in the system, the way I explained it now. But have that in mind when you audit a management system that uses AI in any of their processes. Have that in mind and ask those questions. How can you explain the outcome? How can you trust the outcome? And they need to show you how to trust it and not, oh, I don't know, we just bought the system and we just use it, right? So I believe that this is really important to give it a thought. You can look this up. You can ask ChatGPT about trustworthiness. It may not give you the exact same terms, but it will explain what it means. And if you are the user of an AI system, ask yourself those same questions. So this is just to show you a little bit about what that committee for AI does. The name is ISO-IEC, Joint Technical Committee 1, JTC 1, Subcommittee 42. It's a big word, right? That is the ISO committee that develops all those AI-related international standards. The most famous right now is ISO-IEC 42001 for AI management systems. And I mentioned the one for concepts and terminology. If you're new to AI, I recommend you to read that standard. It's very helpful to understand, to get the basic idea. I think it's really good, especially if you audit, it will help you. There are right now 40 standards already published, and 48 standards are under development. One of those is actually a document, a guidelines document for auditing AI management systems. So not food safety management systems that use AI, but AI management systems. It was proposed to start working on that about a year ago, or 1.5 years. But then we voted it down because we decided in the committee that we did not have enough information yet to actually write a guidance document. Nobody had done that before, so how can you write a guidance document? So it was put on hold, and I believe we're starting very soon with that document. We are currently also writing a document about implementing an AI management system. And it's a guidance document that tells you the steps and what you should consider if you implement an AI management system. I'm telling you that, I know it's beyond food safety, but it's also part of food safety now, especially considering what was said in the other room, that AI will be in everything, practically. So you need to give it some consideration. Now here's another thing, the EU AI Act. Has anybody heard of that? It's like, okay, no, I don't want to hear about it, so let's just put the head in the sand. But it's there. If you do business with European companies and you use AI, it's a regulation that is in effect as of August 2026. It's mandatory. Part of it is already mandatory since August last year. It has definitions for different types of risks. From unacceptable risk, meaning prohibited, to very low risk. And it tells you how to do, what to do. And there are also considerations specifically for food processing plants. So if you use AI for decision making, that could then end up in a decision that could potentially harm humans, then it's probably within the high-risk category, and you need to address that. So also look into that, educate yourself, don't wait until the last day, because a lot of people are waiting. It's like a tsunami coming, and everybody's like, oh, look, the wave is coming. Yeah, it's almost here. So look into that, identify what applies to your organization, because if you spend money, if you invest in an AI system for your food safety management system or for your food safety processing or whatever, then consider that there may be an additional investment just to be compliant with that EU AI Act if you do business with European companies. So we all know the integration of AI brings benefits, makes us more efficient, we can do things much quicker, but there are also risks. And there's always this balance between innovation and governance, and there are sometimes trade-offs that need to be considered. Do you want to reduce the sanitation schedule because you think you have a new technology that works? Okay, yes. Consider if you still meet your own requirements. Consider the risks related to that. and I would say document it so you can show when someone audits you, you can show that it was considered and monitor it to make sure that you still are able to meet the requirements. And I always have to put this here, AI is not and should not be treated as just any other technology, because it still sounds in my head when I said that in a committee and that we need to include AI in those new ISO standards, and they said no. Examples of where you can use AI in the food chain, well, in any food processing plant, for example. You've heard there's been many presentations about this, so I don't need to go into that. The point here is that it's endless. There are endless opportunities. Anything you do in your organization, I'm sure there is some AI system that can do it for you. And so this is like, now I see companies that say, okay, we need to do this, we need to do this. And they get very anxious because they feel that everybody's doing it already and we are not. So we need to jump on board. And what do we do? Where do we start? Right? It's like if any one of you is a runner and runs in competitions, when you are in a marathon and everybody is boxed in at the beginning, all the runners, and then you hear the shot that marks the beginning, everybody runs off really fast. And this is a common mistake. And you want to run with them, and you run too fast. And after a kilometer, you already see the first people on the floor, on the side. They're exhausted because they just ran too fast, far beyond their own capacity. And this is how I see this too. You have to be careful, think well. It's a strategic decision. There are many options and many opportunities, and you really need to analyze the cost and benefits to you, and then go step by step with the implementation process to make sure that whatever you do, whatever you use is really trustworthy and provides results that you are happy with and whoever audits you, your authorities are happy with, but most importantly, to provide safe food. It always comes back to that. So again, here's an auditor. So where do you start? Well, every audit starts actually with the planning, right? You make a plan of what you're going to audit, what's the scope of that audit, what are the objectives of that audit, and what are the audit criteria. So when you prepare for the audit, you want to identify if and where AI systems are being used within that organization or within that management system. And this is a very valid and fair question to ask your auditee. If it's your own organization and it's small, you probably know. If it's large, you may not know. So ask that question, are we using AI in any of the processes? And start investigating. And this is a good moment to learn, because you learn by doing, right? So learn, what are we using, how are we using it, etc. This is how you prepare for the audit. And understand where within those processes this AI comes into place and how it can affect the overall objective of your food safety management system, which is to provide safe food. And then verify who is responsible for that. So you may have an operator who receives the information from their QC, for example, they receive the information, but who is actually responsible for the system to make sure that the system works. And ask all those questions about trustworthiness that we looked at before. Here are a few articles that we have written. Unlock the Power. That was an article for the American Society for Quality. I believe they have right now about 50,000 people who are subscribed to that. It was the first article about AI. It was, I think, 2 years ago. And we just published another one in October, When the QMS Thinks for Itself. And that is exactly about what I'm talking about here, how to audit a management system where AI is being used. We also wrote an article for the Deutsche Gesellschaft für Qualität, the German Society for Quality. I was born and raised in Austria. My native tongue is German, but it was funny. I could not write in German. So I wrote the first draft in English, and my colleague helped me revise it, etc. And once it was done, we used ChatGPT to translate to German and then verify, is it correct? Is it an accurate translation? So here again, you have that control, you have that human oversight, that checkpoint. Plus the editor is also gonna look at that. But if you have access to that, this will be published on their website in both English and German. So if you're interested, you can look it up. And and I mentioned before that guidance document on the implementation of ISO 42001, which is AI management systems. Now there's another, I just remember I didn't put it here. In the US Technical Advisory Group to ISO for AI, we launched a series of videos about impact assessment of AI. That is a requirement in ISO 42001. Besides the risk assessment, or before the risk assessment, you have to do an impact assessment. Now this is important, where you have to study what is the impact of the use of this AI system on individuals, groups of individuals, or the society. And that determines the risks that you're facing. So if you use AI to determine if your food is safe, if there's no contaminants in the food, then that decision from the AI system may have an impact on human health, right? Because if the system's not working correctly, then a lot of people can get sick. So there is a standard for that, and you can look that up on a YouTube channel that is called Insights. It's INCITS. You can contact me and I'll be happy to forward that link. And it just discusses impact assessment. Maybe interesting for you if you implement an AI system in your organization. Now, let's continue with considerations when auditing a food safety management system that uses AI. So there are the main clauses that include the requirements. You all know that. We have 4 context, 5 leadership, 6 planning, 7 support, 8 operations, 9 performance evaluation, and 10 improvement. So when you audit, so let's say you got assigned an audit and now you know they're using AI. So when you prepare, you may want to start thinking about how does that affect meeting the requirements of each of these clauses. Clause 4 is the context. You know, every organization should do a context analysis, meaning which are the internal and external issues, who are the relevant interested parties, and what are the requirements of those interested parties. So, okay, do they use AI? Because internal issues also typically include what resources are available. Do they use AI? So that should already be considered there. Now, the context analysis output is the input for planning. In clause 6.1, it tells you to consider the risks, and the input for that is the context of your organization. So did they include the risks of the use that derive from the use of AI in their management system? And how do they address those risks? That would be in operations in 8. That's where you see, do they have controls in place? And how do they manage those risks to make sure that the use of AI does not affect the overall outcome and the effectiveness of the food safety management system with the purpose of providing safe food in a consistent manner. And then, of course, 10, improvement, where they have to take into consideration anything that has happened that didn't go so well and provide corrective action or continual improvement on things that were already meeting the objectives, but now there are activities in place to just do a little bit better to raise the bar, right? So every clause has something to do with AI, or AI has to do something with every single clause. So look at that, see in your process, see how you can ask those questions. Now, sadly, I also work for an accreditation body, and I follow audit teams along, and I have to see if they do the right thing, if they follow their auditing procedures, if their behavior is appropriate according to the norm, et cetera, So I've seen that usually when auditors come across something unknown, and I exclude all of you, okay? People who are not here, auditors who are not here today, they look the other way because it's unknown. And okay, I just look the other way, because if I look that way, then they'll know that I don't know. So that's not convenient, right? And they just prefer to ignore that. Or they impose their own opinion over things they don't have an idea of. So again, see when you plan for an audit, when you prepare for an audit, see how AI can affect meeting the requirements of whatever standard you use, and also including, of course, your other requirements, your legal requirements, or your licensing requirements, your customer requirements, and be very diligent about that. Now, do you need new competencies for that? Yes, you do. And hopefully, the organization you work with can help you with some training. If they don't, then it's probably up to you. I personally love getting new knowledge. And I had some sick days off where I was so happy that I did not have to do anything publicly, and I could just learn and listen to podcasts and YouTube videos from reliable sources to learn a little bit more. So that's a personal development. It just gives you more opportunities as an auditor, especially if you know a little bit more. And this is the new thing now. AI is the new kid on the block. You need to know about it. And here are a few things you should definitely know, or at least understand and know that you don't know. Okay? Because we don't know what we don't know. So educate yourself so you can say, okay, I do not know this. I need more training. I need ongoing development. Or if it's an audit, I want a technical expert on my audit team who can help me with that. Because remember, as an auditor, your role is very, very important. You are the eyes and the ears of whoever sends you to do this audit. If it's an internal audit, you are evaluating your company, and your report goes back to upper management. So you want to give them super valuable information that will provide them with the input for further decisions. Now, you can use AI for your auditing. There's probably a lot of tools already available. Here are some things where you can use it safely. You would have to figure out what system to use or create your own system. It's usually repetitive tasks where it comes in handy. I personally have used it for report preparation, where especially if I'm a week offshore with 3 auditors and I have to take notes about their behavior and their contact and their knowledge, etc., I end up with, 50 or 80 pages of notes, and I have created my own little system, of course disguising any sensitive information. That's another important thing. And so I have ChatGPT help me with my final conclusive report, which I then, of course, check. But at least it's taking away some time that usually would take me many hours to write those reports, and now I can do them in much less time. We're working on audit planning. When we do audits in major companies with several sites and several management system standards, and it's very difficult, and an audit team of 3 or 4 auditors, it's very difficult to manage times and have everybody available when you need them. So we're trying to create a system now that will help us, because you have that, you finally made it, you sent the audit plan to your client, and then they respond, oh, you know what? This person's not going to be here. Can you change the plan now? And, oh, you have to go back again. So even if we use AI, there's always a human side to auditing. There are things that AI cannot do. And this is really, really important. AI cannot sense texture or taste, okay? They can, or odors. They cannot do that, not yet. Maybe in the future. We don't know. AI cannot evaluate leadership and the food safety culture. How do you evaluate that? Through interviews, right? But also through observation. Commitment, ownership, understanding of the importance of keeping food safety, of maintaining everything clean, etc. AI cannot assess that properly yet. AI cannot make ethical judgments and come to conclusions. You know how sometimes auditees kind of twist the truth? They don't tell you everything. They hide a little bit of information. I wouldn't say they're lying, but they're not telling you everything because their consultant said, just answer the question straight to the point and don't give more information. But that turns then into a compliance audit, where, okay, which is really bad because, well, I understand in compliance audits, you want to pass the audit, right? In an inspection, you want to pass the inspection. But the whole sense about this system of oversight is that you can do better, and it's for the good of those who consume those foods that go through you. So through an interview, you create empathy with your auditee, with the person you're interviewing, and you ask questions to create trust. And by using that system approach that I told you before with those red dots, with the cats, you also create trust. And then you can integrate questions like, what could go wrong? If you have an AI system ask the question, it could probably, if it asks, what could go wrong? Or in that voice of ChatGPT, right? They're probably scared, they won't tell it, because they don't want to be on record. But if you ask them, what could go wrong? Instead of asking, what are the risks of your operation? And they go, huh? So what could go wrong? And then they tell you, yeah, you know, if I don't do this on time, I'm holding back the others and whatever. So you ask those questions and you get this overview. You get that information from humans. A typical question for management, what keeps you up at night? Okay? If you ask them, what are the risks? They're going to show you their risk assessment. If you ask them, what keeps you up at night? They're going to tell you the real risks. That's something they worry about every day. And no AI can replace that right now. Will AI replace auditors? I don't think so, or at least not in the short future, but I don't know. Nobody knows. But I still believe, yeah, human qualities matter. That empathy, I was talking about perception, ethical judgment, cultural awareness, and especially those soft skills, being able to communicate, to listen, to build trust and teamwork and curiosity. That's another term we wanted to add to ISO 19011, but it was rejected. But curiosity, auditors are curious, right? You have to be curious. You have to follow those trails to understand where it's leading you and if there are any gaps in the system. And final thoughts, the future is not humans versus machine, but collaboration that strengthens assurance and transparency. That is the goal. As AI takes over routine tasks, humans focus on strategy, ethics, creativity, and sound judgment. Keeping humanity at the center ensures that technology serves purpose and not the other way around. And AI gives us so much, right? And now this, what Mr. Albert Einstein said, makes just much more sense right now. He said, imagination is more important than knowledge. For knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. Imagine what you can do better with AI, how you can lead a better life when using AI. If we all do that, I think we can give AI that meaning that it's supposed to have, to help humanity, to help produce safe food and distribute it in a way that nobody has to go. Enjoy your lunch.
Check, check, check. All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, could you please come to the front? I will not start if anyone is still in the back. But be careful, the first chairs are payable. You need to pay for that. And you can escape the session anytime, even you are in the first row, don't worry. If you didn't like the session, you can leave anytime. Also, we allow using mobile phones. All right. Our second speaker for today will be Ibtisam. So Ibtisam, if I exceeded the 15 minutes or 20 minutes, just shout on me, all right? Okay, because I saw some familiar faces here and they know me. If I started to speak, I will not stop. So you need to be sure that I'm going to stop this session. All right, ladies, come to the front. It's a small session. Come to the front, please. All right, so just to set the expectation, I'm going to present first, and then we have 3 more speakers for this session. My first session will be in English, but the other 3 sessions will be in Arabic, right, Sam? So you are most welcome to stay with us, but the first session only will be in English. All right. Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Most welcome, everyone. for this quick session about the best food safety practices. Now, my name is Basim. I'm the managing director of TSI. It's a pleasure to be with you here. I'm so glad to be with you and to present something about food safety. Is food safety important? Sometimes I have some ideas, some thoughts in my mind about the investment Dubai municipality and the other authorities they are doing in food safety in these conferences. You imagine how much money is going for such events, right? Does it worth it? What do you think? It does. Because our message here, sorry, that was quicker then. Our message about food safety is linked to humans. I believe everyone in this hall does believe that we participate in a way or another way to save souls. Am I right? Because when food safety fails, is a big trouble, a big problem. It affects us. This lady in 2018 decided to have a cold meat meal in one of the restaurants in South Africa. Unfortunately, the meal, the cold meat, was contaminated with listeria. And you know what listeria means. This is what listeria means. After the incident, this lady couldn't speak, couldn't hear, and couldn't see. It's quite very sad story for a family who will see their lovely person in such situation for the rest of her life. What worst? Out of this outbreak, 206 people died. And why? Because they decided to enjoy a cold meat meal. Listeria kills people. Pathogenic bacteria lets people suffer. Isn't this enough for us to take care of food safety? Isn't this enough for a purpose of what we do, regardless if we are working in the industry, if we work in Dubai municipality, if we work in a local authority, or even we do the training, consultancy, or certification? Our jobs makes different. Our jobs makes difference. Now, when the investigation took place, what were the main reasons? Guess what? I'm 100% you will know what are the main reasons for this: cross-contamination. And the other reason, lack of proper cleaning and disinfection. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, could you please come closer? Would you like please to come closer? You will not pay for this, by the way. And you can escape my session anytime if you didn't like it, even if you are in the first row. This is just a joke, huh? I'm watching you guys. So, how much it's difficult to clean and disinfect chillers? Because you know, listeria lives in chillers. How much it's difficult? How much it needs training? We are not talking about standards implementation. We are not talking about CCBs. We are not talking about hazard analysis. It's cleaning and disinfection. Just imagine if the time went back and that factory, which was linked to this outbreak, they just take care of cleaning and disinfection. 206 people will survive. And that lady will not stay the rest of her life in bed. That was listeria. Salmonella. Another deadly outbreak, which is a little old one, 2008, I believe most of you know about it, which took place in the US, and 9 people died. Why? This gentleman, unfortunately, he rejected a positive salmonella report as a CEO of the company, and he requested another test. Unfortunately, the other test showed a negative result. So, the CEO decided to use the negative result report. And what was the result? 9 people died, and hundreds have been hospitalized. The CEO, in that the outbreak took place in 2008, 2009. The court they have sentenced this in 2015, and he faced rest of his life in a prison. The manager faced 5 years in a prison. Supervisor, 2 years in a prison. It doesn't worth it. Just to sell products which you know that contaminated in salmonella. It killed people. Now, reasons or causes, again, cross-contamination, basics. We are talking about basics. Lack of proper cleaning and disinfection. Hygiene, Professor Abdullah. Hygiene, it's only about the hygiene, the basics. Hygiene, good hygiene practices save souls. All right. So what are the best practices to save these souls? Luckily, we have an application which helps us in running polls for this conference. And I used this poll before we started. I don't know if some of you used this poll to answer the question. And the question is about which area do you believe that the greatest impact on improved food safety standards? Is it training, effective hygiene, strong food safety management systems such as HACCP, or regular inspection and monitoring? Think for a moment. Which one? All right, let's see the results. These are the results of the... Do you think all of them are important? Yes or no? Right? Which one is the most important one? An effective management system. An effective HACCP system, which built on good hygiene practices first. We shouldn't go for a HACCP system. One of the preliminary requisites for HACCP system to have a solid hygiene program, a solid good hygiene practices first. And then you can have an effective HACCP system. One of the main issues we have in the industry, unfortunately, and many of you know that many of the food businesses hold a HACCP certificate or any standard. I'm not going to mention any standard here. Any standard certificate, they hold it on the wall, and on the ground, you know the rest, right? That's unfortunate. And that's what makes the people suffer of the outbreaks. It's not about the certificate. The certificate means nothing without an effective system in place. I know a story. In TSI, we work with the local authorities here. In one of the visits, I went with one of the officers in one emirate to a business which is certified by one of the CBs for one of the standards. The person I was talking with, he was an Arabic person, and when I asked him, he is a manager, or the manager, when I asked him about the system, along with my colleague, the officer from one of the municipalities, he showed us the system and was full in English. And when we were trying to discuss with him and with the rest of the team, unfortunately, no one was familiar with English. It's totally fine not to speak or not to understand English, right? But it's a total problem when a CB certifies such a business with English manuals. Anyway, the situation in that business have been changed totally after that visit, which I appreciate the local authorities' role in this way. So it's something we are responsible about it in the industry. The effective HACCP system, of course, in this very short session, I cannot tell what is an effective HACCP system in details, but I'd like to highlight a few points which I noticed from my experience over 25 years. Many businesses miss them. The first one is the risk interdependency. 5 minutes, right? I have 5 minutes. Risk interdependency, which is very related to the supply chain. Risk interdependency means even if you are so strong in your system, if you have a very effective system, but your suppliers don't have such a good system, you could be in a problem. Am I right? I'll give an example. In one of my visits to a hospital kitchen, I found the hospital system was really so good. So they receive the hot food from a catering or from a supplier, and they put it directly in the, what they call it, the hot holding, hot cabinet. Thank you very much for the help. In the hot cabinet for the hot holding purpose, they take the cold items and put it in the chiller, and they wear very neat and very clean protective clothing. They are really very good. What was the problem? When we tested the supplied food, the hot food, the temperature was 45 degrees centigrade. Right? Best temperature for the pathogenic bacteria. So they have really a robust system, but unfortunately, it comes from somewhere else. And this why we need to remember the risk interdependency. We need to remember that we are not alone. It's similar when you drive your car. back home, there are too many cars around you. There are too many risk factors at your business, so please don't forget the risks from your suppliers or even from your customers. Just imagine a retail business where they have uncovered food and the customers, they take the food by themselves or even in an open buffet, right? Sometimes the risk comes from the customers themselves. What else? The points which we need to focus on this very quick thing is the risk management. What I found in many HACCP team leaders, they are really very good in recording, in the records. They are really very good of inspection and monitoring. But what about the hazard analysis? Are we using the risk management approaches in the hazard analysis? Are we updating our analysis all the time with every single day emerging hazards? That's a big question. We need to manage the risk. We need to identify the hazards. We need to assess the risk and decide which hazards we need to prioritize them and take care of them first. And then find the mitigation, find the control measures, decide which CCBs, etc., and you know the rest of the story. What else? This is very common term nowadays, right? At TSI, we lead a program called Culture Excellence, which is a global program, and I see one of the people who are working in this. You know, it's a common term nowadays, very common term nowadays, but a big question about how much we have good culture in our businesses, in our industry. And specifically, how much the leaders of the food industry, of the food businesses, are good in the culture. How good are they in supporting implementation of the management system? Because I know very much, many HACCP team leaders, they suffer. They are really good in what they are doing. And they are keen to save the souls. But in many situations, it's because from the top management, from the management here. The last thing I'd like to mention in an effective HACCP system is the team, the people. Now, I tried in my presentation to put the team on at the first, but I couldn't do it because it was quickly at 5 a.m. this morning. So, we, the human, are the essential thing in any successful story, in any successful system. We need to empower our people. We need to empower the HACCP team leaders. I saw many businesses in the food industry. They give the HACCP team leader hundreds of tasks, and when he or she fails, they blame him or her. I saw them, they are responsible of the laboratory in the food factory. They are responsible of observing the quality, monitoring the quality. They are responsible of X, Y, Z. And then the system will fail. Another thing, which I noticed this, and I don't know really the reason behind this, that in many businesses, I see they are implementing 3 standards. 3 food safety management standards. And guess what? I asked one of the business owners, a food factory, about why you implement 3 standards. Because your staff, your HACCP team, they suffer. Because you know, each standard, it has its own requirements. Am I right? Some requirements are common, but sometimes they are totally different. And some standards, they are even too complicated to understand. Am I right? Do you have any example in your mind? I will not mention it, but do you have an example in your mind where a standard, two people, two auditors cannot have the same opinion about a clause of it? So he told me, actually, the CP or the consultancy company, I can't remember, they came to them and they convinced them to have 3 standards in a price of 1 standard. That's a big problem. This is not the purpose. Thank you very much indeed. I hope that was helpful. Thank you. Now, as a moderator as well for this session, I'm going to shift into Arabic because the rest of the speakers will speak in Arabic. So I do apologize, we cannot continue in English. And this is a motivation to learn more Arabic, right? Yeah, sure. We have a question here before we finish. Just one minute, please. Mr. Najad, please.
Thank you very much. Really, really great presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate for your insights. Yeah, you're talking about that audit fatigue, like every day, a different one, but the problems, most of them because of their clients, their customers, each of them a different requirement. But like, what is your insights about to decrease them? Because so many customers...
About?
Yeah, how can we reduce those audit fatigue? Because each customer wants something different, not because they want it. And this is just a really unnecessary use of resources, time, financial burden, all of them. But the solution is not there. If they want to sell their product, they have to obey whatever their customer wants it.
My first response to your question, thank you very much for the great question. My first response is more awareness for the business owners. The business owners need to know more about this. And specifically, I'm talking about small and medium businesses. If it is a big organization, we don't have problems with this. For small businesses, the local authorities need to invest more in awareness for the business owners. They need to understand what they need and what they don't need. But also there are many other factors play a role here. Thank you very much for the question. All right, we will take one more question only. Professor Abdelilah, please, here.
Thank you so much. My question is, according to your experience, what are the major challenges facing the proper implementation of this concept, best practices of food safety? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdelilah. It's a tough question, all right? There are too many obstacles to implement a good system. But mainly, it's about the culture. If we have really a good culture in any business, it will work, even with lack of resources. Culture, and mainly in culture when we talk about leadership. Lead by examples. This is the secret. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone very much. I'm going to shift into Arabic now. So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah مرة ثانية. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا. سعدت جدا بحديثي معاكم بالمحاضرة الأولى كانت باللغة الإنجليزية. هلا راح انتقل للمتحدث الثاني بما أني المودريتر كمان معاكم. المتحدث الثاني لهذا اليوم راح تتحدث عن موضوع حقيقة ابتكاري بيعالج تحديات مثل ما بسموها تحديات العصر اللي بتعلق تحديدا بصناعة اللحوم، صحيح؟ الموضوع بالضبط عن الشيء اللي بنسميه اللحوم النباتية. راح تاخذنا بهاي الجولة إن شاء الله اللي راح تكون شيقة الأستاذة ابتسام سعيد من مجلس أبو ظبي للجودة والمطابقة. ابتسام ما شاء الله تاريخ. إلي الشرف إنه أقدمك مرة ثانية، العام الماضي وهاي السنة. حاصلة على ماجستير في علوم البيئة وبكالوريوس في الكيمياء. رحبوا معي مع الأستاذة ابتسام سعيد. إن شاء الله. الكليكر عندك هناك. You can switch my phone, please.
Like this? You can make it big? Okay. السلام عليكم. في البداية حابة أرحب بالجميع بالحضور، ويسعدني مرة ثانية رحب فيني الدكتور باسم للسنة الثانية على التوالي، وطبعا غرنا ما شاء الله شعبيتك وايد كبيرة، الكل انسحب في المحاضرة الثانية، بس أتمنى من الجميع أن توصل المعلومة وتستمتعون في المحاضرة اللي بقدمها إن شاء الله. محاضرتي اليوم عن اللحوم النباتية، وهي مثال للأغذية البديلة. تعتبر اللحوم النباتية هي خيار ابتكاري واستجابة لتحديات العصر في موضوع الأمن الغذائي والسلامة الغذائية. في البداية قبل ما نتكلم ما هي اللحوم النباتية وكيف الطريقة اللي نصنع فيها اللحوم النباتية، باخذكم في رحلة بسيطة عن تاريخ اللحوم النباتية. نبدأ في السنة 1960. كانت هناك في محاولات تقليدية لصناعة البروتينات، مصدرها تكون من النباتات مثل التوفو والجلوتين. في السنة ما بين 1960 و 1990 ظهر مثل ما يسمى البروتين الصناعي. كانت هناك محاولات تقليدية لشركات تقليدية لصناعة هذا البروتين مثل شركة مورنينج فارم ستارز أند بوكا برجر. في العام 2009 إلى 2015 بدأت هني عندنا الثورة الحديثة. في هذه السنة تأسست أهم شركتين. عندنا شركة بايوند ميت اللي تأسست في عام 2009 وأطلقت أول برجر مصدره مصدر نباتي في عام 2013. في عام 2016 تأسست شركة امبوسيبل فود وأطلقت أول برجر اللي استخلص جزيء الهيم واستخدموه في تصنيع البرجر النباتي. في العام 2016 ل 2020 بدينا في مرحلة الانتشار لهذه اللحوم النباتية، فكان هناك دخول تجريب لهذه المنتجات في بعض الشركات مثل مطاعم شهيرة مثل ماكدونالدز أند برجر كينج. في بعض الأسواق مثل إقليم كندا كان هناك زيادة وعي في موضوع اللحوم النباتية، وأيضاً بدأت هناك شركات تقليدية تستثمر في هذا المجال. في عام 2020 للعام 2025 استوى هناك تطور كبير في مجال اللحوم، تصنيع اللحوم النباتية. بدأت هناك تطور في محاكاة تصنيع اللحوم النباتية باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، دخول شركات كبيرة في أوروبا في مجال الاستثمار. أيضاً تم هناك توسيع في المنتجات فشملت البرجر والشاورما وقطع الدجاج، وأيضاً كان هناك محاكاة للزيوت النباتية في تصنيع اللحوم النباتية. في العام 2025 حدث هناك اندماج ما بين تصنيع اللحوم النباتية وأيضاً اللحوم المزروعة مجهرياً في المختبر، وتبني المنتجات اللحوم النباتية في الأسواق العالمية. برد نسأل السؤال، هل عندكم أي فكرة شو يعني لحوم نباتية؟ قد سمعتوا مصطلح اللحوم النباتية من قبل؟ أو جربتوا اللحوم النباتية؟ بس مسترجين تجربون. إذا إن شاء الله يمكن عقب هذه المحاضرة نغير، زي الناس اللي جربوا. التجربة كانت جيدة ولا غير جيدة؟ هل في فرق ما بين اللحوم النباتية أو الحيوانية؟ لا. أيوة، زين في حد قال في فرق وفي حد قال ما في فرق. خلينا نشوف شو مكونات أو كيفية تصنيع اللحوم النباتية، وعقب بنجاوب على الأسئلة ونشوف هل في فرق أو ما شيء فرق. أنا حاولت ألخص كيفية تصنيع اللحوم النباتية في هذه الشريحة ب8 خطوات بسيطة. عشان نحاكي اللحوم الحيوانية لازم نحاكي القوام والطعم والشكل. زين، اللحوم النباتية، اللحوم الحيوانية شو مكوناتها؟ بتكون بروتينات، فيها بهارات، فيها دهون، فيها مكونات أخرى. المكون الرئيسي للحوم الحيوانية البروتين. زين، كيف نحصل على كيف نحصل على البروتينات؟ اتجه العلم إلى استخلاص البروتينات من مصدر نباتي، مثل شو؟ مثل فول الصويا والبازيلا والقمح والبطاطس. هذه هي المرحلة الأولى. المرحلة الثانية نستخلص هذه البروتينات ونعزلها عن المكونات الأخرى مثل الكربوهيدرات، الألياف والمكونات المعقدة. المرحلة الثالثة نعالج هذا البروتين بتقنيات لنحسن طعمه وقوامه ليحاكي البروتينات اللي في المصدر الحيواني. المرحلة الرابعة ندخله داخل أجهزة مخصصة وتسمى أجهزة البث لنحاكي الألياف الخاصة بالألياف الحيوانية. المرحلة الرابعة أو الخامسة نضيف الدهون والنكهات مثل التوابل، بهارات وزيوت ومحسنات طعم. المرحلة السادسة نبدأ بعملية الخلط والتشكيل، نصنع منها البرجر، النيجتس، الشاورما وغيرها من المنتجات. المرحلة السابعة في بعض المنتجات تقدم شبه مطهية وبعضها تقدم مجمدة. المرحلة الأخيرة تدخل في الأسواق وتكون مغلفة. بنتكلم عن التصنيع، بنتكلم عن الهندسة البروتينية. يعني لازم نحاكي طعم، نحاكي قوام، ونحاكي ألياف، أو مثل ما تقولون شو يسمونه بالعربي؟ أيوة، الملمس. نحاكي الطعم، لازم نحاكي اللي هو البروتين الميوغلوبين. كيف نحاكي؟ مثل ما قلت قبل إن في شركة امبوسيبل فود استطاعت إنها تستخلص جزيء الهيم وتحطه في هذه المنتجات أو اللحوم النباتية. هذا الشيء عمل على شو؟ محاكاة الطعم للحوم الحيوانية. كيف تقولوا شو يعني تقصدين بالطعم؟ أنتم مثل ما تشوفون اللحم يوم تجون تطهونه بس في ريحة معينة تظهر، هذا جزيء الهيم يعطيكم نفس أو يحاكي نفس النكهة للحوم الحيوانية. المحاولات كانت جدا مرتفعة، ومثل ما تقولون كان في نجاح كبير في هذا المحاكاة. بالنسبة للكولاجين أو المسؤول عن القوام والمرونة والعصارة، استطاعوا إدخال هذه الجينات إلى خمائر وبكتيريا منتجة. المحاولات كانت ما بين متوسطة إلى مرتفعة. أما بالنسبة للمحاكاة الملمس العضلي، هني نقول أن المحاولات كانت ما بين منخفضة إلى مرتفعة. بالنسبة للمنتجات الأسماك كانت جدا مرتفعة، كان هناك محاكاة كبيرة لهذه اللحوم من ناحية الملمس العضلي. أما بالنسبة للحوم الحمراء كان هناك المحاولات جدا منخفضة، ولكن ما زال العلم مستمر وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في هذا الوقت، فأتوقع أن يكون النسبة ترتفع. أنا قلت عن تقنية البث أو الأجهزة الخاصة في معالجة البروتين. شو يعني البث؟ هي عملية تعتمد على الحرارة والضغط العالي، تؤدي إلى قص أو تحولات في البنية الجزيئية للبروتين. نقدر نلخصها إلى 3 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى اللي هي تسمى التفكك أو بالإنجليزي ديناتوريشن. شو يعني؟ أن نسوي تكسير وتفكيك للروابط الهيدروجينية وأيضا الروابط الضعيفة ما بين السلاسل في البروتينات. هذه المرحلة نهيئ أن السلاسل تدخل في المرحلة الثانية وهي مرحلة إعادة الترتيب. في مرحلة إعادة الترتيب تحت تأثير قوى القص داخل آلة البثق تتجه هذه السلاسل في اتجاه واحد وينشأ عندنا نسيج طولي ليفي. تتهيأ للمرحلة الأخيرة وهي عملية التفاعل المتقاطع. يبدأ عندنا إنشاء روابط جديدة، روابط ثنائية الكبريت في مجموعات السيستين، وروابط هيدروجينية جديدة في سلاسل مختلفة، وأيضا تفاعلات المحبة للماء والدهون، فينشأ عندنا تماسك هيكل ثابت شبيه باللحم. عندنا نوعين من تقنية البثق. حد بيتساءل بيقول لي ليش؟ في بعض المنتجات نحن نحتاج أن نحصل على لحوم نباتية طرية، فنلجأ إلى النوع اللي هو يسمى البثق الرطب. وفي بعض المنتجات نحتاج أن ننشأ أو ننتج لحوم تكون جافة وقوية، فنلجأ إلى البثق الجاف. الاختلاف ما بينهم من ناحية الضغط ودرجة الحرارة، ولكن من حيث الدقة والتعقيد فإن البثق الرطب يعتبر من التقنيات جدا أصعب من البثق الجاف. مثل ما تشوفون في السلايد هذا مثال لبعض الأجهزة البثق وأمثلة للحوم النباتية المنتجة من خلال هذه الآلات. عند إنتاج هذه اللحوم النباتية نحن نطمح أن ننتج لحوم تحاكي اللحوم الحيوانية من حيث الملمس، من حيث العصارة، من حيث النكهة، وأيضا من حيث القيمة الغذائية. حد بيتساءل بيقول لي وين الابتكار؟ ما حد يتساءل في مخه من وين الابتكار في هذه اللحوم النباتية؟ نقدر نلخصها في 8 جوانب. أول شيء من ناحية التركيب البنيوي، فإحنا شكلنا تركيب بنيوي نباتي يشبه ألياف العضلات الحيوانية. من ناحية النكهة تم استخلاص جزيء الهيم وإضافته إلى هذه اللحوم النباتية لتحسين النكهة. من ناحية الدهون قاموا بتطوير دهون وزيوت نباتية تحاكي الدهون الحيوانية. تم استخدام خوارزميات باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي لتصميم المذاق. أيضا من ناحية البروتين اتجهوا إلى مصادر نباتية لاستخلاص البروتين. من ناحية الاستدامة هذا يعمل على تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية، وأيضا تقليل استخدام مساحات شاسعة في المراعي للحيوانات. ويعتبر أيضا مدخل إلى دمج ما بين تصنيع اللحوم النباتية وأيضا اللحوم المجهرية. في هالسلايد اخترت عينتين عشوائيتين ما بين لحوم نباتية ولحوم حيوانية، وقارنت من حيث الملصق الغذائي. وجدت أن اللحوم النباتية خالية من الكوليسترول، منعدمة، مقارنة باللحوم الحيوانية نجد أن هناك نسبة عالية من الكوليسترول. بالنسبة للبروتين وجدنا أن نسبة البروتين تعتبر منخفضة مقارنة باللحوم الحيوانية. أما بالنسبة إلى الصوديوم كان هناك تحدي، لأن نسبة الصوديوم تعتبر جدا عالية مقارنة باللحوم الحيوانية. السؤال اللي توارد لأذهاننا، زين ليش نحتاج اللحوم النباتية؟ زين عندنا لحوم حيوانية، ليش نحتاج اللحوم النباتية؟ ليش نصنع لحوم أو أغذية بديلة؟ نقدر نلخصها في 4 نقاط. أول شيء حاجة صحية. الاعتماد الكلي على اللحوم الحيوانية يؤدي إلى ارتفاع نسبة الكوليسترول، أمراض القلب، فتعتبر اللحوم النباتية خيار ذكي لتقليل من هذه الأمراض المزمنة. من ناحية بيئية تقليل من انبعاثات الكربونية واستخدام مساحات شاسعة في المراعي، حيث أثبتت الدراسات أن اللحوم النباتية تقلل من البصمة الكربونية بنسبة تصل إلى 90%. من ناحية أخلاقية في بعض الدول العالم يعتمد على الذبح الغير أخلاقي أو غير إنساني، فيعتبر حل آخر. أما بالنسبة للتنوع الغذائي والطلب تساهم في تنويع النظام الغذائي بحيث يعتمد على مصادر نباتية ويكون هناك ما بين بالانس ما بين استخدام اللحوم الحيوانية وأيضا اللحوم النباتية. نتكلم عن المزايا والتحديات للحوم النباتية. مثل ما ذكرنا قبل، اللحوم النباتية تعتبر مصدر خالي من الكوليسترول مقارنة باللحوم الحيوانية، وأيضاً تحتوي على ألياف غذائية عالية لأنها مصدرها من النبات، وأيضاً تعتبر صديقة للبيئة بسبب تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية. عيوبها أن في بعض اللحوم النباتية المصنعة تتعرض لدرجة معالجة جدا عالية، وهذه لها أضرار أخرى بنتكلم عنها في السلايدات القادمة. أيضا نسبة البروتين وجودته تعتبر منخفضة مقارنة باللحوم الحيوانية. بالنسبة للمزايا الخاصة باللحوم الحيوانية، تعتبر مصدر غني بالبروتين الطبيعي، يحتوي على الحديد الهيمي وأيضا الفيتامينات، والبروتين يكون جدا سهل الامتصاص. أما بالنسبة للعيوب فهي غنية بالدهون المشبعة والكوليسترول، وأيضا ارتبطت الدراسات بالاعتماد العالي بأكل اللحوم الحيوانية يؤدي إلى الأمراض المزمنة مثل أمراض القلب والكوليسترول. بعض التحديات الأخرى للحوم النباتية وهي ارتفاع التكلفة، حيث أن بعض المنتجات اللحوم النباتية تعتبر ذات تكلفة عالية وليست في متناول الجميع. بالنسبة للشفافية والمعلومات، ما زالت بعض الشركات ليست هناك أي شفافية للحوم لمكونات الغذائية الموجودة في اللحوم النباتية. أيضاً هناك رفض ثقافي من المجتمع لاستهلاك هذه المنتجات. مثل ما سألتكم من قبل، حد جربها؟ في حد قال لا، في حد قال هي، في حد قال لا ما أتمنى أجربها. الاعتماد الكلي على مصادر النباتية قد يسبب في مشكلة في انخفاض نسبة هذه المصادر، وأيضاً بعض الناس أو الفئات لديها حساسية من بعض هذه المكونات، مثل حساسية من فول الصويا وغيرها من الحبوب. الحين بعرض لكم بعض الدراسات اللي صارت في العالم تتكلم في موضوع اللحوم النباتية. في دراسة مسحية صارت في بريطانيا في عام 2022 لمسح 207 منتج من اللحوم النباتية وأيضاً 226 منتج من اللحوم الحيوانية. أثبتت الدراسة أن أكثر من 75% من المنتجات النباتية فيها ارتفاع في نسبة الصوديوم أو الملوحة مقارنة باللحوم الحيوانية. الدراسة الثانية صارت في عام 2023. أثبتت الدراسة أن محتوى البروتين في اللحوم الحيوانية يعتبر أعلى من نسبة البروتين في اللحوم النباتية. أيضاً كجودة يعتبر البروتين الحيواني أفضل وسهل الامتصاص مقارنة بالبروتين النباتي. والدراسة أخرى في الصين في عام 2023 تم تقديم 4 أصناف للفئران: لحوم نباتية معالجة بشكل مرتفع، لحوم نباتية معالجة بشكل منخفض، لحوم حيوانية معالجة بشكل مرتفع، ولحوم حيوانية معالجة بشكل منخفض. أثبتت الدراسات أن الفئران التي تناولت اللحوم الحيوانية المرتفعة المعالجة بشكل مرتفع ومنخفض، واللحوم النباتية المعالجة بشكل مرتفع، ازدياد في نسبة الوزن وأيضاً التهاب في الأمعاء، مقارنة في اللحوم النباتية المعالجة بشكل منخفض أثبت العكس. هناك دراسة في الأسواق الألمانية في عام 2022 وجدوا أن 88 من منتجات اللحوم النباتية تصنف ضمن الأطعمة المعالجة حرارياً بشكل مرتفع، و52 من منتجات اللحوم الحيوانية. مثل ما قلنا اللحوم النباتية المعالجة بشكل مرتفع قد تسبب إصابة في أمراض القلب ونسبة الكوليسترول. أيضا هناك دراسة أثبتت ارتباط الوثيق ما بين المعالجة الحرارية بشكل مرتفع بازدياد أمراض القلب والكوليسترول. أيضا منظمة الصحة العالمية أصدرت قرار أو مقال بعنوان How can we tell if the plant-based products are healthy؟ في ملخص المقال أصدرته قالت إن بعض بدائل اللحوم والألبان النباتية قد لا تكون بالضرورة أفضل للصحة لأنها غالباً ما تعد ضمن فئة الأغذية فائقة المعالجة. أكمل ولا 2 سلايد؟ أوكي. زين، بندخل في بعض المبادرات، نسوي شيفتنج. زين، بنتكلم عن المبادرات الحكومية التي قامت بها دولة الإمارات في دعم هذا المجال. فكان هناك مشروع استثماري ضخم بين مجمع تنمية الغذاء ووفرة المياه في أبو ظبي وشركة نيوس السويسرية لتأسيس أكبر مركز للابتكار لتعزيز الأمن الغذائي وتقليل الاعتماد على اللحوم التقليدية وتحفيز الابتكار وأيضاً توفير منتجات بديلة وصحية. في النهاية نقدر نقول أن اللحوم النباتية تعتبر خيار ذكي واستجابة سريعة لتحديات العصر، ولكن لا يمكن الاعتماد عليه بشكل رئيسي، ولكن يمكن إدخاله من ضمن الوجبات الغذائية. شكراً، وسامحونا على الإطالة. وين الدكتور باسل؟
أستاذ ابتسام، شكرا. ما خليتينا وقت للأسئلة هيك. شكرا جزيلا ما قصرتي والله. شكرا جزيلا للأستاذ ابتسام، يعني حقيقة مش عارف، شجعتينا هلا ناكل لحم نباتي؟ شجعينا. جربتي انت أستاذ ابتسام؟ لا طبعا. هذا أكبر تحدي اليوم. طيب خلص، لازم المؤتمر القادم لازم نخليهم يقدموا لنا شويه لحم نباتي نجربه كلياتنا مع بعض. انا حابب اشكر جزيلا الاستاذه ابتسام مره ثانيه، شكرا جزيلا. وانا بدي اعتذر كثير من الاستاذ عبد الله. الاستاذ عبد الله كان اول واحد وحطيناه اخر واحد، بس احنا بنمون عليك استاذ عبد الله. ليديز فيرست على قولة البروفيسور. طيب، المتحدث الثالث لليوم بموضوع بدأناه بالبداية، عن موضوع التسمم الغذائي. التسمم الغذائي زي ما بتعرفوا يا جماعة هو الشغل الشاغل للعاملين بهذا المجال كلياتنا، ويمكن اللي كانوا معنا بالبداية شفنا أنه حالات تسمم غذائي قد تقتل المئات من الناس. كون الموضوع في غاية الأهمية، المتحدثة معنا هلا راح تحدثنا عن حالة من التسمم الغذائي بالتفصيل، عمليات التقصي، وكيف هاي العمليات التقصي أو التحقيق بغض النظر اللي بسميها بالإنجليزي الانفستيجيشن، كيف بتساعدنا نلاقي الثغرات بأنظمة سلامة الغذاء المطبقة بهذا المكان. يعني الاستفادة من الكيس ستاديز اللي صارت، اللي راح تقدم هاي المحاضرة إن شاء الله راح تكون شيقة. الأستاذة أمينة الحمادي، أخصائية في سلامة جودة الغذاء مع خبرة تتجاوز 12 سنة ما شاء الله، طبعا بجيتنا من أبو ظبي، من العاصمة، من أدافسة. رحبوا معاي بالأستاذة أمينة الحمادي. بالتوفيق إن شاء الله. لا حياك كيف حالك؟ عساك بخير.
السلام عليكم. في البداية حبيت أشكركم على الحضور وأشكر أستاذ باسم على التقديم. معاكم أمينة الحمادي، أخصائي قسم الاستجابة للإخطارات والبلاغات والغش الغذائي من هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. اليوم إن شاء الله راح أتكلم عن حالة تسمم غذائي، ومن خلالها راح أبين كيف التحقيقات في التسمم الغذائي تبين عندنا الثغرات في المنظومة وكيف نعالج هذه الثغرات لتعزيز منظومة السلامة الغذائية. راح أتطرق في البداية في المقدمة لإحصائيات عالمية، أهمية التحقيق في التسمم الغذائي، العوامل التي أسهمت في خفض حالات التسمم الغذائي في إمارة أبو ظبي. في البداية الأمراض المنقولة عبر الغذاء تعتبر واحدة من أهم الأسباب لفقد الثقة في المنظومة الرقابية، لأنها تأثر على صحة الأفراد، على اقتصاد الدول، على سلامة السلاسل الغذائية. ووفق لتقديرات منظمة الصحة العالمية عندنا 600 مليون شخص سنوياً يصابون بالتسمم الغذائي، منهم وفاة 420 ألف شخص سنوياً، ومنها 125 ألف طفل دون سن الخامسة. هاي الأرقام تشكل لنا حافز اليوم لتقوية أنظمة التحقيق والاستجابة السريعة لحماية المستهلكين وبالتالي الحفاظ على السلامة الغذائية. التحقيق في التسمم الغذائي هو مو بس إجراء تصحيحي ما بعد الحادث، إنما هو أداة استراتيجية تبين لنا اليوم وين الثغرات في منظومتنا وبالتالي معالجتها بشكل مستمر واستباقي. من أهمية التحقيق في التسمم الغذائي، أول شيء هي أداة لتحديد السبب الجذري. اليوم التحقيق ما راح يبين فقط ما هو العامل المسبب، إنما شو الأسباب اللي أدت لوجود حالات التسمم وبالتالي تفادي تكرارها في المستقبل. السيطرة الفورية على التفشي القائم من خلال وقف المادة الغذائية الملوثة، وقف العامل المسبب لها وبالتالي السيطرة على التفشي. المساهمة في سد الثغرات التنظيمية والتشغيلية. التحقيق في التسمم الغذائي هو فرصة لنا لمراجعة المنظومة ابتداء من المورد والمصنع إلى منفذ البيع. من خلالها ممكن نطور إجراءات، قوانين، تشريعات. أيضاً هي رفع الوعي وتعزيز ثقافة السلامة الغذائية، المساهمة في تطوير أنظمة التحليل الذكي للمخاطر، أداة للشفافية وثقة المجتمع في الأنظمة الرقابية، وأيضاً هي أداة لتحسين المستمر واستشراف المخاطر المستقبلية. اليوم التحقيق في التسمم الغذائي يمكن المنظمات من معرفة ما هي المخاطر المستقبلية وبالتالي وضع خطط تحسينية لها. راح أتكلم الحين من تجربة هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، شو هي العوامل التي أسهمت في خفض حالات التسمم الغذائي في إمارة أبو ظبي. في البداية هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية لديها منظومة رقابية وقائية متكاملة، زيارات تفتيشية مستمرة معتمدة على قوائم تفتيشية ذات معايير شاملة متكاملة. يتم تطبيق أنظمة مثل نظام التفتيش المبني على درجة الخطورة الذي ينظم الأولوية والتكرارية في الزيارات التفتيشية، بالتالي يركز على المنشآت عالية الخطورة مما يمنع وقوع حالات التسمم الغذائي. أيضاً لدينا استجابة للبلاغات والإخطارات المحلية والدولية بأقل من 24 ساعة. كما أن هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية لديها تقنيات رقابية متطورة مثل الرقابة المرئية اللي تستخدم فيها الكاميرات الذكية. الكاميرات الذكية لرصد حالات عدم المطابقة من خلال الذكاء الاصطناعي وإنترنت الأشياء. أيضاً الاستجابة السريعة والتحقيق الفوري. اليوم هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية عندنا ربط مباشر مع مركز أبو ظبي للصحة العامة، ففي حال أي مصاب راح لأي مركز صحة وتم تشخيصه بحالة اشتباه حالة تسمم غذائي فوراً يصل لنا الإشعار بسبب الربط الإلكتروني، ولدينا مؤشرات أداء تقيس الاستجابة على أن تكون أقل من 24 ساعة. التكامل الرقمي والتحليل الذكي للمخاطر. هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية لديها بنية تحتية رقمية متكاملة تتيح جمع البيانات والمعلومات لدعم تقييم المخاطر، منها نظام معاملات، نظام السيبل وهو مركزية البيانات يستند عليها نظام التفتيش المبني على درجة الخطورة، أيضا نظام أوراكل لذكاء الأعمال، بالإضافة إلى أن لدينا أنظمة مرتبطة بجهات أخرى مثل منصة جاهزية. إجراءات تصحيحية ووقائية مستدامة. اليوم في حال رصد حالات عدم مطابقة في المنشآت يتم وضع خطط تصحيحية لهذه الحالات ويتم متابعتها من المفتشين. في حال عدم الالتزام وعدم الامتثال يتم اتخاذ إجراءات جزائية قد تصل إلى غرامات إدارية وقد تصل إلى إيقاف المنشأة. كفاءة الاستعداد والتدريب المستمر. هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية تركز على كوادرها وتسعى دائما إلى تطوير القدرات من خلال الورش والتدريب الداخلية والخارجية من جامعات ومعاهد دولية معتمدة. برامج التوعية والتدريب، طبعا نحن ما ننسى أصحاب العلاقة ولا ننسى الجمهور، فالتركيز دائما عليهم بورش ومحاضرات لرفع الوعي وثقافة السلامة الغذائية. الحين راح أتكلم إن شاء الله عن حالة التسمم الغذائي اللي كانت عندنا، وراح أبين منهجية التحقيق في البداية. في البداية تم استلام إشعارات من مركز أبو ظبي للصحة العامة تفيد بوجود حالات اشتباه تسمم غذائي من عدة طلبة. على الفور بمجرد استلامنا للإشعارات تم تحرك الفريق، جمعنا البيانات، حددنا النطاق، وضعنا خطة العمل، تم تشكيل الفريق. أول شيء سوينا أيقفنا المادة الغذائية المشتبه بها وهي شاورما الدجاج. الفريق هذا تقسم إلى 3 أفرقة. أول فريق هو فريق المعني بالتنفيذ التقصي البيئي، اللي هي زيارات التفتيشية للمصدر، للمقاصف المدرسية، وجمع العينات ومسوحات من أيدي المتعاملين بالأغذية. أما الفريق الثاني هو فريق التواصل مع أولياء الأمور والمرضى. هذا الفريق تواصل مع أولياء الأمور ليسألهم عدة أسئلة: ما هي الأعراض؟ كم كانت شدتها؟ متى كان التعافي؟ هل يوجد عدوى فيروسية في البيت؟ هل كان الطفل مريض قبل حدوث حالة التسمم الغذائي؟ الفريق الثالث فريق جمع المعلومات من إدارة المدارس. هذا الفريق قابل إدارة المدارس والطاقم الصحي في المدارس ومشرفات المقاصف وراجع المستندات ذات العلاقة، مثل عندنا سجلات الغياب، عندنا اللي هي صيانة برادات المياه، ساعات أو عدد الوجبات اليومية التي يتم إيصالها للمنشأة والساعة التي يصل فيها وأين يتم حفظها. بعد الانتهاء من تجميع جميع هذه البيانات، الفرق اجتمعت أكثر من مرة لتحليل جميع المعطيات، وبناء عليها تم ثبوت حالة التسمم الغذائي وتم إعطاء المنشأة مخالفة وإيقاف المنشأة لحين استيفاء الاشتراطات. هذه منهجية بشكل سريع. لو جينا لوصف الحين وصف العام لحادث اشتباه التسمم الغذائي، عدد الإصابات كانت 19 إصابة، مواقع حدوث الحالة 5 مدارس متفرقة، المصدر 1، وقت استهلاك المادة الغذائية كانت من 9 لين 10، وقت ظهور الأعراض كانت من 12 إلى 2. الأعراض كانت غثيان، قيء، إسهال. العامل المشترك في جميع هذه الحالات كانت هي القيء. الشفاء من الأعراض كان سريع. الانتشار لم يتم رصد عدوى فيروسية بين الطلبة أو بين أفراد العائلة. عدد المرضى تم أخذ منهم عينات كانوا فقط مريضين، تم استخدام عينة البراز وأيضا عينة جي آي بانل ستول PCR. نتيجة الفحوصات أظهرت أن أحد الطلبة كان فيه أدينوفيروس، أما الأخرى كانت سلبية. التقصي البيئي تم زيارة المنشأة المصدر، المقاصف المدرسية، وأيضا تم مراجعة سجلات الكاميرا. التقصي المخبري تم أخذ عينات من المدارس، كانت عينات مرجعية، أيضا تم أخذ عينات من المصدر. في البداية من المعطيات اللي كانت عندنا حطينا فرضية أن احتمال يكون تسمم بكتيري، هذه كانت الفرضية الأعلى بناء على تحليلها. التحليل كان كالآتي: فترة الحضانة مثل ما لاحظتوا كانت من 3 إلى 5 ساعات، هذه فترة حضانة فترة حضانة قصيرة. هو في الغالب الفترة الحضانة القصيرة هي سمة مميزة للتسمم البكتيري وليس للعدوى الفيروسية. العدوى الفيروسية خاصة الأدينوفيروس تأخذ من 2 إلى 14 يوم. المادة الغذائية المشتبه بها كانت شاورما الدجاج، وشاورما الدجاج تعتبر مادة غذائية عالية الخطور قابلة للنمو البكتيري. طبيعة الأعراض السائدة مثل ما شفتوا كان المشترك بينهم جميعاً هو القيء، والقيء يعتبر أيضاً سمة مميزة للتسمم البكتيري. وهنا تم استبعاد الأدينوفيروس، لأن لو كان أدينوفيروس كانت السمة المميزة راح تكون إما حمى أو تعب أو أعراض تنفسية. توزع الحالات في 5 مدارس مختلفة. اليوم كانت الحالات من 5 مدارس مختلفة، لا يوجد اختلاط بينهم، لا يوجد إلا مصدر مشترك بينهم جميعاً، وهو المصدر الذي يورد المادة الغذائية الذي تناولوا منه شاورما الدجاج. استقرار الحالات وسرعة الشفاء أقل من 24 ساعة. لما تكون الأعراض حادة وقصيرة هذه تدل على أن العدوى بكتيرية وليس فيروس، لأن الفيروس يبقى أحياناً لعدة أيام. عدد الفحوصات السريرية مثل ما شفتوا هني كانت الفحوصات السريرية فقط لعينتين ثنتين تم استخدام فيها البراز والجي آي بانل. للأسف البراز والجي آي بانل ما تظهر التسمم البكتيري، ولذلك التسمم البكتيري يظهر في القيء وليس في البراز. نتائج الفحوصات السريرية للمصابين كانت النتيجة الإيجابية لعينة واحدة فيها أدينوفيروس. بالنسبة لتحليل المعطيات لو قارناها فهي بنشوف أن حالة الأدينوفيروس كانت حالة عرضية وليس مرتبطة بالتسمم الغذائي، واللي يثبتها أن نتيجة العينة الثانية كانت نتيجة سلبية. عوامل مساندة مستبعدة. تم استبعاد تطعيمات المدارس لأن أغلب الأطفال ما كانوا ماخذين تطعيمات. تم استبعاد مبيدات الحشرية لأنها كان أكثر من 9 أيام. أيضاً لا يوجد انتشار عدوى بين الطلبة وبين عائلة أفراد الوحدة، خاصة أن سجلات الغياب كانت عادية. مثل ما ذكرت تحليل المعطيات هني خلانا نحن نحدد فرضية أن في الغالب راح يكون سبب التسمم الغذائي هو سموم بكتيرية، في الغالب راح تكون ستافيلوكوكس أريس. اللي أثبت صحة وجهة نظرنا نتائج العينات. أظهر نتائج العينات الشاورما المرجعية، وأيضا نتيجة عينة شاورما الدجاج اللي تم أخذها من المصدر وجود ستافيلوكوكس أريس، إيكولاي، وأيضا باسيلس سيريس. أيضا أظهرت عينة المكونات الأولية اللي هو الدجاج الني وجود السلمونيلا وستافيلوكوكس. وهنا بالعينات تم إثبات الفرضية بأن ستافيلوكوكس أريس. واللي أثبت لنا تحليل التقصي البيئي. في البداية المنشأة لما تحضر للمدارس تبدأ تحضيرها من الساعة 12 في الليل. الساعة 12 في الليل على أساس أنها تخلص إلى 3 أو 4 الفجر. كمية الإعداد كانت كمية كبيرة، عدد كبير من السندويشات لعدد من المدارس. فلذلك أظهرت مراجعة سجلات الكاميرات وجود ممارسات عالية الخطورة. من الممارسات عالية الخطورة أول شيء قيام العامل بخلط التتبيلة بيديه من دون لبس القفاز وتذوق أصابعه ومن ثم إعادة الخلط مرة أخرى. عدم لبس القفازات أثناء التعامل مع الأغذية الجاهزة للتقديم. غسل الأيدي في وعاء صغير به مياه راكدة. أيضا ملامسة الوجه والأنف أثناء التغليف. تناول الوجبات أثناء التحضير. جميع هذه الممارسات تفسر وجود ستافيلوكوكس أريس في العينة، لأن ستافيلوكوكس أريس موجود في الجلد والأنف، فلعدم لبس القفازات ومثل هذه الممارسات أدى إلى وجود الستافيلوكوكس في المادة الغذائية، ولأنه كان يتم حفظها في درجات حرارة أكثر من 5 ساعات أدى إلى إفراز السموم وتكاثرها. ممارسات أخرى كان أيضا إضافة مياه من حوض غسيل اللحوم في التتبيلة أكثر من مرة. حوض غسيل اللحوم تم تجميع فيه ماء، يتم استخدام الماء بوضعه في التتبيلة أكثر من مرة. غسل المعدات، غطاء الخلاط بنفس المياه الموجودة في وعاء التتبيلة. عدم تنظيف وتعقيم الأسطح بشكل صحيح بعد ملامستها للأغذية النيئة واستخدامها لاحقاً لتغليف الأغذية الجاهزة للتقديم. جميع هذه الممارسات أدت إلى وجود التلوث التبادلي، وهذا كان يفسر وجود الإيكولاي. رصد عملية تحضير الدجاج وتتبيله وتحضير سياخ الشاورما الدجاج في درجة حرارة الخطر لمدة تزيد عن 5 ساعات، بالإضافة إلى الشاورما الجاهزة لمدة تزيد عن 6 ساعات. هذه الممارسة أدى إلى وجود باسيلس أريس لأنها تتواجد في الأغذية البروتينية النشوية، وفي حفظها في درجات حرارة غير مناسبة لمدة تزيد عن الساعتين يؤدي إلى إفراز الأبواق التي تقاوم حتى التسخين. من التحليل الوبائي البيئي المخبري أكد لنا أن حالة تسمم الغذاء أن الحالة الموجودة لنا هي حالة تسمم غذائي سببها سموم بكتيرية مصدرها المنشأة الغذائية. بناء عليه تم إعطاء مخالفة للمنشأة وإيقاف المنشأة لحين استيفاء الاشتراطات الصحية. الآن نحن انتهينا من الحالة، اتخذنا الإجراء، لكن ما وقفنا عند هذه الحالة، إنما رجعنا للأسباب الجذرية اللي تخلينا اليوم نعالج المشكلة من جذورها ونتفادى تكرارها في المستقبل. نفس ما ذكرنا في البداية أن المنشأة تمارس، خلينا نقول أن المنشأة تمارس النشاط للمدارس والإنتاج للمدارس بعد الساعة 12 في الليل. يكون عندهم من 12 إلى 3 أو 4 لازم يخلصون عدد كبير من الوجبات لعدد من المدارس. فلما رجعنا للأسباب الجذرية، أول شيء ضعف وعي بعض المتعاملين بالأغذية بالمخاطر الناتجة عن الممارسات الغير سليمة. أكيد اليوم المتعاملين بالأغذية مش محطين ببالهم أني أنا لما أتذوق التتبيلة وارجع إيدي في التتبيلة نفسها أني أنا بسبب تسمم غذائي ممكن يؤدي إلى وفاة. فهم هذه الأشياء ضعف وعيهم بمخاطرها. الاعتماد على الخبرة والممارسات الاعتيادية اليومية بدلاً من الإجراءات المكتوبة، اللي خلنا نقول عزز لوجود هذه الممارسات ضعف الإشراف الداخلي من قبل المنشأة. التحضير كان في الليل، لذلك كان الإشراف الداخلي من قبل المنشأة يكاد يكون معدوم، وهذا أدى إلى الممارسات الخاطئة. أيضاً من الأسباب الجذرية المعدات والأدوات، توثيق عمليات التنظيف والتعقيم ورقياً من دون تطبيق فعلي، تفاوت السعة التشغيلية وعدم كفاية المعدات الحرارية مقارنة بحجم الإنتاج اليومي، بالإضافة إلى اختلاف فترات التشغيل وظروف التحضير، تحضير ليلي خارج ساعات العمل. هذا أدى إلى وجود الممارسات، مثاله مثل ما قلنا كانوا عندهم مياه راكدة يغسلون إيدهم بمياه راكدة بسبب الضغط على المغاسل الأيدي واستخدامها باستخدامات أخرى، مما أدى إلى وجود مثل هذه الممارسة. الإجراءات والسياسات التشغيلية، التركيز على الجانب الإنتاجي بدلاً من الأولويات التشغيلية المرتبطة بسلامة الغذاء خلال وقت الذروة. وقت قصير، عدد كبير، وقت ذروة لازم يخلصونه، فركزوا أنهم ينتجون ويخلصون المطلوب بغض النظر عن السلامة الغذائية. غياب التطبيق الفعال للإجراءات التشغيلية القياسية، ضعف الفصل التشغيلي بين المناطق المخصصة للأغذية النيئة والمطهية. المناطق موجودة والتنظيف والمعقمات موجودة، لكن بسبب الضغط خلاهم يتجاهلون مثل هذه الممارسات اللي هي يتجاهلون التنظيف والتعقيم أو الفصل. تفاوت في دقة متطلبات التحكم بدرجات الحرارة التشغيلية تبعاً لاختلاف طبيعة العمليات الإنتاجية وساعات التحضير. بما يتعلق المواد الخام، مثل ما شفتوا أن العينة الأولية أظهرت وجود ستافليكوكس وسلمونيلا في الدجاج الني. هذا يفسر تلوث أولي محتمل في تطبيق الممارسات الصحية في المراحل الأولية، إما من المسالخ أو من المورد، مما نتج عنه تلوث بكتيري في الدجاج الني. في النظام الرقابي والتنظيمي، استخدام فحوصات سريرية غير متوافقة مع طبيعة الأعراض كانت قيء، لكن الفحوصات كانت براز، فهذا شيء طبيعي أن الفحوصات ما راح تظهر تسمم بكتيري. قلة العينات السريرية، جمع عينتين من أصل 19. هذه أسباب جذرية. من التحقيق إلى التحسين، كيف نعزز اليوم المنظومة الوقائية لضمان سلامة الأغذية؟ في البداية تقديم ورش توعوية للمتعاملين بالأغذية، تعزيز وتفعيل الدور الإشرافي للمسؤول في المنشأة، وضع اللوحات التوضيحية بشكل مرئي أمام المتعاملين بالأغذية، فإذا واحد منهم نسى راح يشوف الصورة ويتذكر بشكل مباشر. في المعدات والأدوات، الرقابة المرئية. اليوم الرقابة المرئية تكون خلال 24 ساعة خلال أيام الأسبوع كلها، في حال رصد ممارسة غير متوافقة أو غير مطابقة على طول راح ترسل نفس الألارم أو تنبيه بوجود هذه الممارسة. تفعيل نظام التفتيش الذاتي. مسؤول المنشأة اليوم أنت عندك معايير تفقدية راح تشيك عليها وتشوفها وتتأكد من تطبيقها الفعال. أيضاً لتحسين الإجراءات والسياسات التشغيلية هي أن يتم تطبيق نظام تحليل المخاطر ونقاط التحكم الحرجة الهسب. أيضاً ننصح بتتبع المنتجات الغذائية الأولية، وهذه نحن فعلياً نطبقها، تتبع المنتجات الغذائية الأولية خلال السلسلة الغذائية، ففي حال وجود خطر في أي مرحلة ما يتم معالجتها. موائمة الفحوص المخبرية للأعراض المرضية، وأخيراً تعزيز الوعي المجتمعي بأهمية تقديم الفحوصات السريرية وعدم رفضها. الركائز الأساسية المستفادة من تجربة أبو ظبي الرائدة في منظومة سلامة الغذاء: أولاً التكامل الرقابي بين الجهات المعنية يمثل الركيزة الأساسية لنجاح منظومة الاستجابة. تحسين ثقافة المتعاملين، وهذه جدا مهمة لأنها تعتبر خط الدفاع الأول. تحسين ثقافتهم بالأغذية هو الأساس لبناء نظام غذائي آمن. التحليل الاستباقي للمخاطر الغذائية يعزز الوقاية من خلال توظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات للتعرف المبكر على مصادر الخطر واتخاذ الإجراءات التصحيحية المسبقة. بناء القدرات البشرية المتخصصة يمثل قاعدة استراتيجية لضمان جودة الأداء الرقابي. تحويل نتائج الحوادث إلى فرص تطوير مؤسسي يعزز جاهزية منظومة سلامة الغذاء ويرسخ ثقافة التحسين المستمر. في النهاية، كل حادث التسمم هو فرصة لتحسين المنظومة، وكل تحقيق علمي هو خطوة نحو غذاء أكثر أماناً واستداماً. وبذلك نكون قد انتهينا. شكراً لكم.
شكراً جزيلاً أستاذة أمينة. يعني تحبي تاخذي أسئلة، سؤال أو سؤالين؟ في عندنا أي أسئلة؟ سؤال، ممكن ناخذ سؤال واحد لو سمحتوا.
شو دور المدرسة بهذا الموضوع؟ where is the supplier approved program؟ يعني أنا بشتغل بمنشأة بتحضر أكل، كان عنا project بس تنقدم أكل بأبو ظبي، طلبوا منا كمية تفاصيل ما لحقنا نخلصها، ما قدمنا أكل. ففي already rules and regulations لهالشي. ليش المدارس يعني منهم مدرسة وحدة، كذا وحدة، و none of them قدروا يعملوا كنترول على السبلاير؟
بما يخص المدارس، أولاً الأكل لما يجي للمدارس، المدارس تتأكد من درجات الحرارة. هي الوزارة وفرت طاقم صحي من ممرضات داخل كل مدرسة. هذا الممرضات أدوارهم لما يوصل لهم الأكل يتأكدون أن درجة حرارته مناسبة، تخزينه مناسب، إعادة تسخينه مناسبة. فدور المدارس هني التأكد من حالة الغذائية لما توصلهم للمدرسة. لكن المشكلة اللي حصلت هني كانت في المصدر نفسه، فهذا هو الخطأ. ولو لاحظتي مثل ما ذكرت سابقاً أن كانت الممارسات تظهر كلها بعد الساعة 12 في الليل، فأظهرت هذه الممارسات عن حالات عدم مطابقة كانت غير مرئية في الفترات المعتادة.
طيب، شكراً جزيلاً أستاذة أمينة. يعني حقيقة اختلجت في مشاعر من الفرح والحزن، وبدي أضيف الخوف كمان. إن شاء الله ما في خوف بإذن الله. بس خلال المحاضرة يعني الحزن لأنه في ناس تضررت، وإحنا عارفين أنا شخصياً صار معي تسمم بالستافيلوكوكس أوريوس تقريباً قبل 15 سنة، ومعاناة شديدة جداً. التقيؤ بتحس يعني الأمعاء بدها تطلع لبرا، فحالة ما سهلة. بس اللي أسعدني حقيقة قديش إنه أنت تعبتوا، أنتوا والشباب اللي معاكم تعبتوا بتفاصيل التقرير هذا، الدراسة، تحليل الأسباب الجذرية، عمل متميز جدا. شكرا جزيلا أستاذة أمينة، شكرا مرة ثانية. بدنا إياكم تتحملونا معلش شوي شباب، يعني في عنا المحاضر الأخير رح نتحمل ونقعد هيك ننتظر شوي لنسمع محاضرة شيقة إن شاء الله رب العالمين من المتحدث الأخير. معنا الأستاذ عبد الله مصطفى. الأستاذ عبد الله هو مفتش ببلدية مدينة الشارقة، جمع بين العلم والتطبيق على أرض الواقع. عبد الله راح يعرض علينا رؤيته بموضوع جمع العينات الغذائية لتكون أحد المراجع الرئيسية لضمان جودة وسلامة الغذاء. بالتوفيق أستاذ عبد الله.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. محدثكم عبد الله ملكاوي، مفتش أغذية بلدية الشارقة. أرحب بالجميع إن شاء الله. حديثنا اليوم موضوع عينات الغذاء بخصوص استراتيجيات متقدمة لجمع عينات الغذاء لتكون ضامن لجودة وسلامة الغذاء. الأهمية الاستراتيجية للعينات، المشهد الغذائي العالمي الحديث هناك الكثير من التحديات التي لابد من التصدي لها في هذا المشهد. من التحديات تعقيدات سلاسل الإمداد الطويلة، المخاطر الميكروبية الناشئة، متطلبات مستهلكين المستجدة والحديثة. فبناء على ذلك لم تعد العينة العشوائية البسيطة المعتادة كافية للسيطرة بخصوص موضوع التحقيق والعينات، ويجب علينا أن نتبنى منهجيات حديثة ومستحدثة بخصوص عمليات الجمع حتى نكون مسيطرين على هذا المجال. فالعينة ليست مجرد جزء من المنتج الغذائي، بل هي عبارة عن مرآة، يجب أن تكون مرآة ممثلة للمنتج الذي جمعت منه، وبالتالي صورة حقيقية لهذا المنتج حتى يكون القرار اللي صادر بخصوص العينة ونتيجتها قرار موضوعي وعادل تجاه المنتج الغذائي وتجاه الشركة المنتجة وتجاه الموردين. التحول نحو نهج التقليد من النهج التقليدي المعتاد اللي هو تحليل نهائي للمنتج سواء من مائدة المستهلك أو من الشلف ورف البيع، بيؤدي أنه اللي هي المقصود بها من الأعلى إلى الأسفل أو الدراسة بالنظر إلى الخلف، أي اختيار وهو اختبار تفاعلي حقيقة لوقوع الحدث أو وقوع المشكلة. ولابد من التحول إلى نهج إدارة المخاطر القائم على العينات الممثلة، أي من الأسفل إلى الأعلى، أو الدراسة بالنظر إلى الأمام. ويعني ذلك باختصار التحول من رد الفعل إلى الاستباقية في عملية التحقيق وفي سلامة الغذاء، مما يؤدي إلى استخدام أكثر كفاءة للموارد وتحقيق مستوى أعلى في سلامة الغذاء عن طريق التحكم بالمخاطر من المصدر خلال عملية الإنتاج، وليس اكتشافه على مائدة المستهلك أو بالنظر للشكوى المقدمة. يبدو أني أرجعها كده. جاوزنا. أرجع أسس التخطيط المتقدم تبنى على التمثيلية والمخاطر، وهم التحدي الأساسي حقيقة في عملية جمع العينات. التمثيلية الإحصائية المتقدمة أن تكون قدرة العينة على عكس توزيع الملوث أو الخواص في المنتج الغذائي. التخطيط لابد من الالتزام بمنهجية العالمية المبنية على الكودكس إليمنتاريوس، المعايير الدولية، سواء بحجم العينة أو معايير القبول والرفض للعينات. أو تحدي التباين، أيضا لابد من التنبه لموضوع التباين اللي هو بيكون فيه المادة الغذائية غير متجانسة في تركيبتها، وهي بنواجهها كثير أثناء عمليات جمع العينات. أهم الأسباب اللي بتجعل العينة غير ممثلة للمنتج، أول سبب منها بيكون عدم التجانس، وأشرنا أنه كثير من المنتجات الغذائية بتكون غير متجانسة، فجامع العينة لابد أن يتنبه أثناء عملية الجمع أنه المنتج الغذائي اللي بيجمع منه غير متجانس، وبالتالي لابد من حساب الموضوع هذا أثناء عملية الجمع. عدم كفاية العينة، أوصل دستور الغذاء أنه العينات يجب أنها تكون كافية لعمليات الفحوص أو الفحوص المختلفة للمنتجات الغذائية. التحيز أثناء جمع العينة، وأيضا موضوع التحيز لابد من الانتباه أنه هناك نوعين من التحيز، إما تحيز مقصود أو تحيز غير مقصود أثناء عملية الجمع، مثال على التحيز المقصود أنه يكون المفتش أو جامع العينة أخذ تعليمات من إدارته أنه يتحرى أخذ العينة من المناطق اللي متوقع أنها تكون مطابقة للمواصفات ويترك المناطق اللي بتشكل خطر. هذا تحيز مقصود وراح يعطينا نتيجة غير حقيقية للمنتج وصورة يبنى عليها قرار سيء في النهاية. وفي عندنا نوع من التحيز اللي هو الغير مقصود، مثال على ذلك الجهل بعمليات الجمع للعينات الغذائية، أو يستسهل منطقة الجمع بحيث أنه يجمع من منطقة يسهل الوصول إليها وما يكلفش نفسه عن عملية الجمع الحقيقية. الأخطاء الزمانية والمكانية في جمع العينة لابد من التنبه لهذه المشكلة، أنه يحاول أنه قدر الإمكان أنه العينة تكون ممثلة على طول خط الإنتاج. التلوث أثناء جمع العينة سواء بالمعدات أو الأدوات أو معدات جمع العينة برضو وارد، ودائما يجب أن نتنبه إلى أخذ الاحتياط منه. عدم اتباع بروتوكولات موحدة في جمع العينات، كأن يكون إكس وواي بيجمعوا العينات وكل واحد بيجمع بطريقته، وبالتالي راح تكون النتائج أيضا غير جيدة. فقدان سلامة العينة سواء من بعد الجمع حتى وصولها إلى المختبر، إما نتيجة ارتفاع درجة الحرارة أو ما إلى ذلك. الممارسات القياسية المتقدمة في التعامل مع العينات لابد من التزام بروتوكولات التعقيم الصارمة سواء للعبوات والمعدات المستخدمة في العملية في الجمع العينات. لابد من ضمان سلامة العينة على طول فترة من اعتبار من جمع العينة حتى إيصالها للمختبر. سلسلة الحفظ أيضا لابد من تطبيق نظام صارم في عملية حفظ عينات الأغذية أثناء رحلة النقل. التوثيق والختم لابد من أنه يكون هناك عملية استلام وتسليم ما بين جامع العينة والمختبر وموثقة. نرجع بالأحمر. الاستراتيجيات والمنهجيات متقدمة في جمع العينات، ونقصد هون أنه جمع العينة يبنى على خطة جمع استراتيجية جيدة وليس عشوائية. أولى الاستراتيجيات استراتيجية أخذ العينات الموجهة بالمخاطر، أي أن تكون العينة مبنية على شدة الخطر واحتمال الحدوث. والمقصود بشدة الخطر مش ضروري يكون شدة الخطر أنه مادة سامة وقاتلة، إنما ممكن أنه الخطر يتكرر ويحدث بشكل مستمر ويؤدي إلى خطر كبير. مثال على ذلك، بدل ما أنا أركز مثلا على كلوستريديوم بوتولينيوم وهي حالة نادرة جدا أنه تكون ملوثة فيها المادة الغذائية، ممكن أنا كمان أركز على منتجات بسيطة وسهلة زي مياه الشرب الغير معبأة. مواصفاتها أشارت بشكل دقيق أنه البرومات من المواد المسرطنة، وحقيقة إحنا يعني عملنا العينات بالشارقة ببلدية الشارقة بالموضوع هذا، ووجدنا أنه في نسبة من العينات كانت البرومات فيها مرتفعة، وهي بتشكل خطر حقيقي بخصوص مياه الشرب. إذن استراتيجية العينة تكون على شدة الخطر واحتمال الحدوث أيضا. لابد من تبني المنهجية في احتمال الحدوث من خلال السجل التاريخي للموردين أو المنتجين، المناطق الجغرافية، ظروف التصنيع. المقصود بالمناطق الجغرافية أثناء إعدادك لخطة جمع العينات سواء سنوية أو شهرية أو أسبوعية، أنك تتنبه أنه في بعض المناطق اللي بتورد لنا مواد غذائية ممكن تكون صار فيها أي شكل من أشكال الحوادث أو الحالات الطارئة، مثل نقول مثلا الفلول والغرق أو ما شابه ذلك. فممكن تكون مواد غذائية وردت لنا من مناطق موبوءة أو فيها مشاكل، وبالتالي نركز بعيناتنا اللي بنجمعها على المصادر اللي متوقع فيها خطر، زي مثلا مناطق الحروب، مناطق الكوارث الطبيعية وما شابه. الاستراتيجية الثانية أخذ العينات عبر سلسلة القيمة، وهي حقيقة موضوع يعني لابد من الالتزام به، بحيث أنه تكون جمع العينة اعتبار من المزرعة اللي بده ينتج منها المحصول اللي بده يتصنع. إذا نأخذ عينة من الخدمات اللوجستية الواردة والمواد الخام، وبالنقل أثناء عملية الجمع نأخذ عينة، ومن ثم عملية التصنيع. إذا التنبؤ على طوال سلسلة القيمة للمنتج الغذائي أن نأخذ عينات، وبالتالي احنا بنكون حصرنا الخلل قبل حدوثه ومنعنا حدوث الشيء على نظام الاستباقية في الإجراء للمنتج واتخاذ قرار استباقي قبل حدوث الخطر اللي ممكن يسببه المنتج الغذائي. جمع العينات بالإحصائيات المتقدمة مثل جمع العينات المتتابعة اللي هو تبدأ بتحليل عينة صغيرة ثم قرار قبول أو رفض، أو أن تكون بين ذلك ومن ثم الانتقال للمرحلة الثانية ثم عينة ثانية ثم ثالثة حتى نصل إلى حالة إما القرار بالقبول للمنتج الغذائي أو رفض المنتج الغذائي، بحيث أنه نمنع حدوث المشكلة أو نتجنب نتلف مادة غذائية بذات جودة مناسبة للاستهلاك. من الاستراتيجيات والمنهجيات أيضا اللي هو أخذ العينات متعددة المراحل مثل العينات الهرمية، اختيار عشوائي بسيط لعدد من حاويات، فرضا شحنة مادة غذائية مكونة من عدد من الحاويات، بنأخذ عدد بطريقة عشوائية بسيطة من الحاويات اللي واردة، ومن ثم من كل حاوية بنأخذ عدد من العينات ككراتين من المنتجات، ومن ثم بنرد نأخذ من هذه الكراتين اللي جمعناها عدد من العينات. وبالحالة هاي احنا بنكون وصلنا إلى نقطة بهذه الطريقة تحقق الهدف، وهو تقليل الجهود والتكاليف ونحافظ على الجوهر من خلال تغطية جغرافية وتمثيل للدفعة الإنتاجية بشكل كامل. أخذ العينات المجمعة للتحليل الميكروبيولوجي مثل دمج عدد من العينات الفرعية السب سامبلز من الدفعة الكبيرة، بحيث أنه تجنبنا أن نضطر نأخذ العدد الأكبر من العينات وعملية التحليل لها. ولكن يجب أن نتنبه أنه يجب تصميم الخطة بحيث لا تؤدي عملية الدمج إلى تخفيف الملوثات إلى ما دون حد الكشف. وحقيقة هاي واردة بالسب سامبلز أنه ممكن أنك تقلل الملوث إلى دون الحد العتبي لعملية الكشف. فاللي بده يبني المنهجية أو العينات تكون بناء على منهجية السب سامبلز يتنبه للمخاطر اللي ممكن تنتج عنها، مثل ما حكينا أنه يكون قلل الملوث إلى ما دون الحد العتبي لظهوره أثناء الكشف. وأيضا برضو من السب سامبلز من الأخطاء اللي ممكن تواجهنا بالذات بعملية الشحنات الكبيرة اللي ممكن أن نجمعها، أنه أثناء عملية الجمع أو قبل الجمع نكون حددنا المناطق اللي راح نجمع منها مسبقا واحتفظنا بخارطة لهذه المناطق، بحيث أنه إذا طلعت النتيجة غير مطابقة ممكن أني أعيد الفحوص لكل واحدة لحالها من المناطق اللي جمعت منها، بحيث أني أقدر أكون محدد بعملية الفحص أكثر وأعرف وين التلوث اللي كان حاصل موجود، خصوصا إذا كانت العينة مأخوذة من عنابر السفن، إذا كانت فيها حبوب أو ما شابه ذلك، بدل ما أتلف شحنة كاملة من الحبوب زي حبوب الحمص أو العدس أو ما شابه ذلك، يمكن أني أتجنب عملية الإتلاف الكاملة من خلال الكشف على نقطة التلوث المحددة. جمع عينات تتبع الأثر، وهي المقصود بها حقيقة العينة لأغراض تتبع مصدر تلوث أو مشكلة غذائية عبر سلسلة الإمداد، وهي عادة بتكون بشكل عكسي، يعني من عند المستهلك اللي عانى من المشكلة أو اشتكى من الشكوى، وبالعودة بالتسلسل إلى الوصول لمصدر المشكلة اللي واجهتنا. المنهجيات العملية الروتينية، إذن إحنا وضعنا خطة جمع العينات سواء سنوية أو شهرية أو أسبوعية أو ما إلى ذلك بناء على المنهجيات المتقدمة. راح نكون عملية الجمع بالإجراءات الروتينية، إما عينة عشوائية بسيطة أو عينة طبقية كما هو متعارف عليه، أو عينة عنقودية، أو ممكن العينة المنتظمة، العينة التوجيهية المستهدف جاجمنت تارجتد اللي هي بناء على شكوى زي ما حكينا، أو عينة تراكمية، وفي عندنا العينات المستمرة التي تجمع من خطوط الإنتاج. الأطر التنظيمية والمعايير المتقدمة كما أشرنا سابقا لابد من الالتزام بالأطر والمعايير الدولية التي وضعت في عملية جمع العينات وتحليلها. وأول هذه المعايير معيار ISO IEC 17025، وحقيقة هذا المعيار هو لكفاءة المختبرات، وعلما أنه لم يغفل دور المفتش أو جامع العينة، ووضع أيضا من ضمن خطة من ضمن هذا المعيار الإجراءات الصارمة اللي لابد أنه يلتزم بها جامع العينة حتى تكون عينته اللي واصلة للمختبر المطبق للآيزو أيضا عينة صحيحة ويبنى عليها قرار صحيح. دستور الأغذية يوفر مبادئ توجيهية عامة اللي هو الكودكس إليمنتاريوس، يوفر طبعا احنا عارفين انه دستور الأغذية عمل باشتراك ما بين الفاو وما بين WHO، وهو وضع يعني نقول بروسيجر كامل لعمليات جمع العينات وعممها في مختلف أقطار الأرض، يعني بحيث أنه تكون إلى حد بعيد العملية منهجية ومحددة ومأخوذة بشكل موحد تقريبا. في عندنا الاسوسيشن اوف اوفيشال اناليتيكال كاليبريشن، وهي حقيقه جمعيه علميه غير ربحيه تاسست سنه ال 84 في الولايات المتحده الامريكيه، وايضا وضعت منهجيات لعمليات جمع العينات، وهي كانت بالاصل للمغذيات والمضافات والملوثات وما الى ذلك، وايضا تعتبر مرجع في عمليات جمع العينات وطريق استدلالي لجامعين العينات. الابتكار والتكنولوجيا في دعم أخذ العينات، أتمتت أخذ العينة المدمجة إنلاين والأتلاين سامبلينج سيستم في خطوط الإنتاج، القدرة على أخذ العينات بشكل مستمر ودوري، وحقيقة الأتمتة بتجنبنا عمليات التحيز اللي أشرنا لها سابقا، بحيث أنه العملية بتكون آلية كومبليت، يعني بالتمام عملية آلية لجمع العينات. الروبوتات وتستخدم في البيئات الصعبة اللي يصعب أنه نجمع منها عينات، سواء كانت البيئات الخطرة أو عينات أو منتجات ذات حجم كبير يصعب جمع عينة منها. الاستشعار عن بعد والتحليل في الموقع، المستشعرات الطيفية مثل الأشعة تحت الحمراء والرمان وما إلى ذلك بتمكننا أنها توفر معلومات سريعة وغير تدميرية عن التراكيب الكيميائية أو وجود ملوثات معينة مما يوجه أخذ العينات المستهدفة. يعني هي العملية بالنسبة للمستشعرات الطيفية بتساعدنا بدل ما إحنا نجمع الآلاف من العينات، لا بإمكاننا من خلال الأدوات العلمية الحديثة هاي إنها توجهنا إن نركز على منتجات معينة حتى نأخذ منها عينات ونأكدها بالفحص المخبري. أجهزة الاستشعار البيولوجية البيوسنسورز تقريبا هي عبارة عن أجهزة أيضا دقيقة وحجمها صغير، يعني بتساعدنا بالحمل والنقل. ممكن من خلال المستشعر الحيوي أن نأخذ مسحة مثلا عن ثمرة تفاح أو ما إلى ذلك، بندخلها بالمستشعر بنشوف أنه قديش المتبقيات الكيماوية اللي موجودة عليها إذا كانت تشكل خطر أو لا، وبالتالي بتعطينا دليل أن نأخذ العينة النظامية وندخلها على المختبر أو لا. أو ممكن أني أخذ المسحة هاي مثلا من قطعة جبن أو ما شابه برضه وأدخلها على المستشعر، يعطينا انطباع أنه هذه المادة الغذائية جيدة أو غير جيدة، وبالتالي أني أخذ عينة للمختبر وأعمل فحص كامل أو ما أضطرش للفحص الكامل. تحليل البيانات المتقدم، حقيقة التعلم الآلي الماشين ليرنينج والذكاء الاصطناعي لتحسين خطط أخذ العينات من خلال تحليل مجموع البيانات الكبيرة. يعني إحنا العينات اللي أخذت على الزمن السابق وعلى الأزمنة هاي بإمكاننا من خلال البيانات اللي تم تجميعها إن نغذيها لنظام ذكاء اصطناعي بحيث أنها تساعدنا وتوجهنا بعمليات جمع العينات في المستقبل. والبيانات اللي نتج عنها أيضا بنقدر نستفيد منها في العينات اللي بعدها اللي بتيجي معنا إن شاء الله. التحديات المستقبلية والفرص، مراقبة الغش الغذائي، لابد من تطوير استراتيجيات أخذ العينات للكشف عن الغش وتزوير المكونات. تغير المناخ والملوثات الناشئة، أثناء عمليات جمع العينات احنا أشرنا أنه لابد من بناء الاستراتيجية اللي بنجمع بها العينات، أن نهتم بالمناطق اللي بيكون فيها مشاكل بيئية أو ما شابه ذلك، ونركز على العينات المنتجات اللي مصدرة من هذه المناطق أن نأخذ منها عينات. وأيضا لابد من التنبه لموضوع التغير المناخي، لأنه حقيقة التغير المناخي أعطانا منتجات جديدة أو مؤثرات جديدة على المواد الغذائية، سواء انصهار الثلوج بالقطبين أدى إلى ارتفاع ارتفاع درجة الحرارة أدى إلى انصهار الجليد، وبالتالي أثر على المنتجات البحرية اللي إحنا كنا متعودين عليها إنها خالية من الملوثات. للأسف إنها تلوثت بشكل كبير جدا وتأثرت بعملية اللي إحنا بنقول عنه التغير المناخي والبيئي. الملوثات الناشئة حقيقة اللي هي ناتجة عن ممكن المبالغة باستهلاك وزيادة استهلاك المبيدات وما شابه ذلك، أدى إلى إنتاج سلالات من الملوثات ما كانتش موجودة. يعني صارت مثلا عندنا حالة المقاومة العالية من السالمونيلا، مقاومة عالية من الستافيلوكوكس، وبالتالي المقاومة العالية أدت أنه حتى بروسيجر عمليات التصنيع صار لابد من أخذه بعين الاعتبار عملية التطور للمقاومة الناشئة اللي نتجت من بسبب الاستهلاك المبالغ فيه للمبيدات أو حتى المضادات الحيوية، سواء بالنسبة لنا كبشر أو المضادات الحيوية المستخدمة في المكافحة على الدواجن والقطعان وما شابه ذلك، أيضا سببت هذه المشكلة. دمج البيانات كما أشرنا سابقا، التعلم الآلي والAI اللي هو الذكاء الاصطناعي بيساعدنا بشكل كبير جدا في العينات الغذائية. التدريب المتقدم، ضرورة التدريب المستمر للمتخصصين في أخذ العينات ليكونوا على دراية بأحدث التقنيات والمعايير المستخدمة في عمليات جمع العينات. الخلاصة والتوصيات: أخذ العينات قلنا في مجال الغذاء هو علم ديناميكي يتطور باستمرار، فلا بد من تبني المنهجيات الإحصائية المتقدمة والالتزام الصارم بالبروتوكولات المعيارية والاستفادة من الابتكارات التكنولوجية، وهي مفاتيح لتعزيز أنظمة سلامة الغذاء. أو زي ما أشرنا سابقا، الغش الغذائي والمشاكل البيئية وما شابه ذلك، ضرورة أنه كما إحنا نكون متابعين للتطور والتحديث في هاي المشاكل، بحيث أنه العينات تحيط بالمشاكل الناتجة عنها. التوصيات اللي بنوصي فيها: التكامل الإحصائي، دمج الإحصاء التطبيقي بشكل أعمق في تصميم وتنفيذ منهجيات وخطط أخذ العينات. التدريب المتخصص أنه يكونوا دائما جامعين العينات على أهل وعلى دراية بعلم العينات ومستجداته. تبني التكنولوجيا، أشرنا أنه التحليل البيوسنسورز والمستشعرات الطيفية بتساعدنا بشكل كبير جدا، وتبنيها بساعدنا بتوجيه عمليات جمع العينات المتخصصة في الفحص. بدل ما أنا أفحص يوميا مئات العينات من خلال البيوسنسورز، ممكن أنا يكون عندي عدة كواشف بالميدان أثناء عملية جمع العينات. بدل ما اضطر اني اخذ من كل المنتجات تاعي، لا، بعمل مسحات بالبيوسنسورز وبكشف، فاللي بلاقي انه ممكن اني اركز عليه اكثر، فبالتالي بكون تركيزي على شيء يشكل خطر بدل ما يكون بشكل غير مدروس، وبالتالي اجهد المختبر بفحوصات مش مضطر لها في كثير من الاحيان. التعاون البحثي، لابد من دعم البحث والتطوير في منهجيات أخذ العينات الجديدة، لأن احنا شايفين القطاع الخاص حقيقة متقدم علينا بشكل كبير جدا في التطوير، وبالتالي القطاع العام لابد أنه أيضا يتقدم عملية التطوير حتى يجاري عمليات الغش الغذائي، لأنه زي ما في تطوير حقيقي باتجاه السلامة، في تطوير أيضا للتغلب على القوانين والأنظمة للكسب الغير المشروع بالصناعات الغذائية. شكرا لكم، وبعتذر عن الإطالة، وشوي أنا شديت استعجلنا، فبعتذر منكم، وشكرا لكم.
شكرا لك أستاذ عبد الله حقيقة على المحاضرة المتميزة. في عندنا أي أسئلة يا جماعة؟ في حدا بيحب يطرح أي سؤال للأستاذ عبد الله؟ طيب، شكرا جزيلا أستاذ عبد الله، ما قصرت، يعني كانت محاضرة وافية وكافية وفتحت عيوننا على أشياء جديدة. شكرا جزيلا. بالختام يعني حابب أشكركم واحد واحد لبقائكم معنا الأخير. أستاذ ابتسام بعدك معنا، يا مرحبا بك. شكرا جزيلا لبقائكم، وإن شاء الله موعدنا العام القادم 2026 بالمؤتمر رقم 20 لسلامة الغذاء في أو المؤتمر العالمي لسلامة الغذاء في دبي. شكرا جزيلا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.